Welcome, everyone, to the Bradenton City Council meeting, 8:30 a.m. Wednesday, November 16th, 2022, and it's a beautiful day in the city of Bradenton, and we're glad that everyone is here because it's a very important future going forward, and we will start the meeting at this time with our invocation and pledge, and Ms. Barnaby is going to do the invocation for us. If we'll all please stand.
Please join me. Creator, our protector, and our hope, we turn to you in times of hardship, but in our struggles and fears, we often forget to thank you for the grace you have given us to overcome hardship, and for the countless unknown blessings, we give you thanks. For walking with us as we've prepared for storms, and for sharing our joy when disaster is averted, we give you thanks. For the crops that have flourished, and for the child who now knows nothing of hunger, we give you thanks. For all the nights we spent in fear, but by your grace, saw mornings filled with hope, we give you thanks. For all the joys of this year, the moments when light shone through the darkness, when angels stood triumphant, when we saw past our sin and strife and glimpsed beyond the veil to what the kingdom of God can truly be, we give you thanks. And together the people say, Amen.
I would ask Ralph Garrison to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. And we'll call this meeting to order. And at this time, I'm going to ask Chief Bevins to come forward to do a little presentation for us before we go into the proclamations.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor, Council, and thanks to this huge audience that obviously has all come out to recognize 25 years of service for Captain Jeremy Giddens. So step on up here, right? I know we have a big agenda today, so I'll keep it brief. This is really the mayor's moment and the city's moment. Captain Giddens has retired from the agency effective last, I think, Sunday, and you had about 24 hours, and then you took your new job starting Monday at 8 a.m. So not without a job, not without a paycheck. The thing that I always say during our retirement ceremonies is it shouldn't be lost on people that here was a young officer starting out new, ready to serve his community, and 25 years later was able to make it across the finish line. There's an importance with us in this profession. We go through a lot. There's a lot of danger, a lot of peril, mental, physical, health, wellness, but he did it, and he did it well, and he did it with distinction. He rose from officer all the way to captain. He served me, the city, and the staff well. He's going to be missed, but not too terribly missed because people here have a hard time leaving. He's going to stay on as a reserve officer, so and I've already given him his first assignment. He's got to give us hours, and so we're happy that he's fulfilling that, and I wish him all the best. And so, Mayor?
Thank you, Chief. And one of the things that at his retirement party the other day we talked about that he's actually served 3 mayors, and the 3 mayors in the city, and they're all 3 still alive, and it's almost a third of our city of mayors that have been serving 42 years, 44 years now. But from my standpoint, only a couple of years. I appreciate what you've done for our city, obviously protecting us, and just really taking care of things. And really over the years, I think you took care of the officers too. And that was an important thing that when you and I talked early on, that we continue to try to grow our officers and keep them here. And obviously you stayed here, and that was very important to all of us and as a history. And I know your dad was an officer. Now your son's becoming an officer. So, it's a family tradition, and that's something that I don't think that a lot of things happen in today's society for that. So just on my behalf and on the city council and everyone here, we appreciate, your time. And even though you're not going far and going to be the reserve, we appreciate what you've done for us. And with this, I want to give you a plaque with the key to the city for your 25 years of service. in that. So thank you very much. And this is his wife that also works for the city, so thank you. So Jeremy, you want to say a few words?
Thank you. I didn't really expect this, but I'm honored to have received it. Thank you for your support. I started when I was 20, so I literally grew up here in the city of Bradenton working for the city. So I'm appreciative of the support from past mayors, this council, and from the city, and I look forward to moving forward. Monday it was a little different driving in without a firearm and B, going to a different place. So it was definitely different for the first time in 25 years, but thankful for everyone's support.
Looks like we might be having a little technical difficulty, so just give us 1 second.
Good morning, I apologize.
Mrs. Melton?
We have a proclamation this morning for Farm City Week, November 7th through 19th. Whereas the first Farm City Week celebrations were established by Kiwanis International, and our Manatee County Farm City Week was sponsored by the Bradenton Kiwanis Club in 1955. And whereas the 2022 Farm City Week honors the Bradenton Kiwanis Club in celebration of their 100th anniversary with appreciation of the club's sponsorship and support of agriculture. And whereas the Bradenton Kiwanis Club began recognizing the Agriculturalist of the Year in 1967 to acknowledge individual contributions and to bring attention to the diversity of the agriculture industry. And whereas the Bradenton Kiwanis Club has been instrumental in the establishment of the 4-H Education Center, the Manatee County Agricultural Museum, the Master Gardeners Horticulture Learning Center, and other brick-and-mortar projects. And whereas the Bradenton Kiwanis Club has sponsored leadership and citizenship programs involving 4-H, Future Farmers of America, and Farm Bureau programs targeting Manatee County youth. And whereas the purpose of Farm City Week is to educate the community about the diversity of agriculture production in Manatee County. And whereas the Manatee County Farm City Week congratulates and invites the community to join in celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Bradenton Kiwanis Club and its many contributions to making Manatee County one of the best communities to live, work, and play. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Jean Brown, as mayor of the city of Bradenton, Florida, do hereby proclaim November 7th through 19th, 2022, as Farm City Week, and urge all citizens to celebrate the importance of agriculture to our community and congratulate Bradenton Kiwanis Club for their commitment in promoting agriculture education. Signed, Jean Brown, Mayor.
Thank you, and I wonder who we have to accept this today. Mr. Garrison, would you like to say a few words?
Just a few. I'll begin with a couple of you people out of Gainesville and say, "Go Dogs."
Yeah,
We'll start with that.
I know that. That's always coming.
Wow. This group out here, man, oh man, I didn't know we were going to have that many for Farm City Week here. This is wonderful. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you for allowing me to be here again this year. This is the 67th year in Manatee County we celebrated Farm City Week. And it's an awareness between the urban and rural communities, between the city folk on one side and the farmers and ranchers on the east side. And let me tell you, there is no unity in a community that doesn't know its heritage or its passed, and in Manatee County, it strictly lies in agriculture. Our forefathers settled on the banks right out here of the Manatee River, grew food crops nearby, put the crops on the boats to send them up the river into the Gulf to Cedar Key, where the railroad had stopped at the time. From there, they went further into the northeast. Today, Manatee County, we continue to grow safe, affordable, and abundant food crops. But agriculture is more than a tradition. It firmly cements the base of Manatee County's economy. It is vital to our well-being, the unique climate and the soils that we have in Manatee County, the water that the Lord has provided us with, has given generations of Manatee County citizens food, employment, and a love of the land. Farm City Week is a goal to educate the citizens of the importance of agriculture as a dynamic part of its bright future. You know, folks, milk doesn't come from Publix. We're trying to get that word out. Farm City Week, as we gather this week, celebrating it with family and friends to count our blessings, let's give thanks for the bounty we enjoy and with this celebration. But every day we have this bountiful amount of food, the safe, plentiful food that is available to us, the producers used to produce the clothing. You don't think of this very often, but these are all agricultural byproducts: clothing, housing, medicines, fuel, and other products we use on a daily basis just did not appear in the store like that jug of milk. They got there thanks to a tremendous partnership with the city folk and with the farmers and ranchers, the processors, the brokers, the truckers, the shippers, the advertisers, the wholesalers, and the retailers. This week, as we celebrate Farm City Week, let us remember those vital Farm City partnerships that have done so much to improve the quality of our lives. Rural and urban communities working together have made the most of our rich agricultural resources and have made significant contributions to our health and to our well-being and to the strength of Manatee County's economy. For this, we give thanks. We are in the middle of Farm City Week right now, and we had a nice meeting with the Bradenton Kiwanis, who's this year's theme, yesterday. They've been strong supporters of Farm City Week for a number of years and years and years. I've been on this for 30 years more, and I think they've supported us every single year, so it goes back to that. We introduced a man to the Agricultural Hall of Fame that many of you all know. He's strong with the 4-H, strong with the kids, a wonderful individual with it. And tomorrow we're going to have what I think is the highlight of Farm City Week, where we get about 100 third graders out at the fairgrounds, and they all go through a wheel of processing and see different agricultural crops. Some of them never seen a chicken. Some of them never squeezed an orange, believe it or not, by the hand. There's bees, there's fertilizers, there's cows, there's so much that's out there for them to learn from, and it's amazing to see how that organization of the 4-H group puts it together and how they work all of that out. Currently, let me give you a status of today in Manatee County with the farmers. It's been a difficult year, a real difficult end to a year with these storms for the Manatee County farmers and ranchers. Hurricane Ian came along, vegetable crops damaged, fences blown down, half of my plant nursery blown away to Arcadia, sheds blown up, packing houses knocked down, cattle drowning. It was devastation from the beginning. But farmers are always finding a way to work through these adversities. I want to mention that we're proud to give you a mug and all, and two things of it. First of all, in the mug are radishes. If you go back to a long time ago, a book was written, and it's star of the book there, named Scarlett. She ate radishes because they were down to poverty, down to nothing, and that's basically what the farmers are today. I was hoping we'd have a horn of plenty to give out to you all this year. There's nothing out there that's worthy of picking. They're really just taking a hit right now. There may be some crops in December, but there's nothing in there right now. So I just want to mention that to you, and then you'll also find a fact sheet that's up there with your coffee mugs with it. But you know, the adversities that hit farmers have hit us years and years and years. I go back in history. Anyone been here 25 years or longer? Yeah, a few of us. Oh, that's great to see and everything. Let me tell you what happened with agriculture 25 years ago. We were getting beaten up by a water management district that was formed, and they were saying the farmers were using up all the water. There wasn't any water in the aquifer. Farmers are using it up. My goodness gracious, it took us years to set them right, and they governed us, put meters on our wells. We're out to our farms all the time. You lose more water by flushing a toilet than you do by farming. Farmers are conservationists. They're not going to lose water. They need the water to grow their crops. That's the silliest thing, but we had to fight through that. That was 25 years ago. 20 years ago, farmers had an outbreak of an insect called a sweet potato whitefly. Devastated ornamentals. It devastated all the vegetable crops. It took us 2 to 3 years to find out exactly how we're going to mix some medicine together, chemicals if you may want to call it, to eradicate the sweet potato whitefly. And we still haven't done it entirely. There's still some of that around, but not anywhere near as bad as it was 20 years ago with it. Recessions hit farmers with it. Hurricanes, pandemics, market losses, but farmers seem resilient. I want to back up to the water situation and let you all know that proven science has shown that fertilizer does not cause red tide. I'll make that statement clear right now. You can go cite 2 sources. One is the great University of Florida, and their research has proven that, and the other is this little science out on Longboat Key called Moat, and they've proven that also. So don't blame the farmers for red tide. The most amazing factor that I've seen or heard this past year and all, and this came from American Farm Bureau, is that 2%, only 2% of our population feeds the other 98% of the population in America. That is simply amazing that we're able to have the technology and the know-how and the grow-how to produce all this food with only 2% of the population working in that means. Let me tell you, if we are unable to produce the food we need, this country will be destroyed. The nature of our country lies very, very near the soil. So friends, that's a few reasons why we have Farm City Week. Again, I appreciate the time and the opportunity to come and accept this proclamation every year. It means an awful lot, and it goes back to what our heritage is all about, agriculture. And the old saying is, you gotta eat, right? But never speak poorly about the farmer if your mouth is full of food. Remember that. I got a couple of friends with me today, Peg Hanning and Heather, and they're from the most successful farmers market downtown on Saturday. Peg, you want to say a few words?
Good morning.
Good morning. So on behalf of the Bradenton Public Market and Realize Bradenton, we would like to express our appreciation for 4-H and the Future Farmers of America for their participation in our market celebration of Farm City Week last Saturday, where the kids showcased various aspects of farm life. So just by the way, the 4-H Youth Leadership Council and the Palmetto High FFA, along with their teacher Julie Tillett, have attended the Farm City Week at the market for the 7 or so years since we started partnering with the County Extension Service. And so this year they were also joined by Parish Community High FFA at our greatly expanded market, which now has more than 30
food vendors and more than 90 vendors in all, thanks to the efforts and leadership of the current market manager, Heather Empsall.
Oh, my God.
So this isn't, I'm used to being downtown on Saturdays. That's my thing. That's where I come alive. That's what I love to do. And I'm really honored to be following along with Peg on this journey with the downtown market. I've been there a year. Johnette brought me on, so I'm glad to be here to honor her today as well. And if you haven't been down to the market, we have actually 100 vendors now, and we are taking up the full footprint that we're allowed at this point. And so if you haven't been down, we'd love to have you.
Yeah, and I'm just going to make a quick comment to that. It's unbelievable, and we're hearing that throughout the county now, that our market now rivals some of our friends to the south and north, and is very exciting. And without the leadership of Realize Bradenton coming into it, and then now your leadership, Heather, we really appreciate that. And it's always exciting and to see who you talk to and go down there and see new people every time, and love the more food vendors. I think that was probably one of the biggest things that we needed, and that's really successful. So thank you, and keep up the great work. Thank you, and great job.
All right, thanks, Gene.
And look forward to seeing you next year.
We'll be around.
Yes, sir, Ralph. Thank you. Mrs. Melton.
The next proclamation is Johnette Isham Celebration Month, November 2022. Whereas Johnette Isham decided it was the proper time to start her new adventure and enjoy the fruits of her labor. And whereas it is fitting to celebrate Johnette's many accomplishments. In 2009, she created the nonprofit Realize Bradenton, where she instilled the belief that live music, food, fun, the arts, and cultural celebration bring people together. And whereas, under her leadership and guidance, our city has been recognized as one of the most cultural and art-friendly towns in the state, and has been named as a top 25 arts destination in the Southeast area. And whereas Johnette has been the resolute driving force in bringing top-notch entertainment to our area, from Blues Fest to Music in the Park. And whereas our citizens truly have had their lives enriched by Johnette's love for the city of Bradenton, she tirelessly walked and worked around the city to bring beautiful art, incredible music, and food to the downtown area. And whereas Johnette's work with Realize Bradenton was instrumental in making the city of Bradenton a premier place to live, work, and play, she is the friendly in the friendly city. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Jean Brown, as mayor of the city of Bradenton, Florida, do hereby proclaim the month of November 2022 as Johnette Isham Celebration Month in Bradenton, and urge all citizens to congratulate her on her many successes and wish her well in her new adventure. We know she will continue doing fabulous things, and we hope she continues to embrace all of her new opportunities. Signed, Jean Brown, Mayor.
So in probably about June or July of 2012, Johnette and I sat in that room in your building on there on Manatee Avenue, and not really knowing a lot and seeing a lot, ask a lot of questions, wasn't sure, about Realize Bradenton at that time, and I don't think Johnette was real sure about me, the funeral director, coming into politics, but the relationship over the last 10 years has grown almost like family. And I just want to thank you for what you've done for our city, because without what you've done for our city and these years, we would not be anywhere where we are going forward, and given the opportunity for this council and the future of our city to grow the way it can. And that, live, work, and play. And the opportunity we're going to have to live, work, and play in this city and the future growth of it is because of Johnette Isham, and I appreciate that, and I know this whole town does. So on behalf of myself and the city council and all previous city councils and mayor, we want to give you a key to our city and thank you for what you've done. So we appreciate it. So. Now you got to say a few words. You're normally shy, so.
I don't want to cry, but I do want to add to the mayor's remarks. Live, work, play, and contribute. I think as a result of City Council, the Bradenton CRA, Realize Bradenton, and so many partners, particularly the cultural partners, people contribute when they feel connected to each other and to their city and to their elected officials. So, Mayor, in the future, work, play. What did you say? Work?
Live, work, play.
Live, work, play, and contribute.
Yep.
So, the Bradenton Blues Festival was the tipping point that got me to move to Bradenton. I used to tell folks that I lived in Sarasota. Now I proudly tell them I live in Bradenton. Bravo to Bradenton. There is a sense of a committed community, one where a community makes the initiative to be a community. These three sentiments, and many more that we receive at Realize Bradenton, attest to the good work of Realize Bradenton, and more importantly, to all of you who work together to make Bradenton better every day. My decision to retire is really truly bittersweet. I have loved working with Realize Bradenton these past 13 years, and I am so grateful for the talented board and staff, supportive partners, and generous friends, donors, and again, the City of Bradenton, the Bradenton CRA, who all share a passion for Bradenton and amplifying its arts, culture, and heritage. I am so confident that Realize Bradenton will continue to thrive, and all of you will continue to be supporters, donors, and friends as we continue to contribute to our community. I will be Bradenton's biggest cheerleader. I don't know what else to say, but thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm so glad that Realize Bradenton's new executive director, Karen Corbin, who's somewhere over here, there she is. And we've worked closely for so many years. She's just right in there and will continue to thrive along with the city, making Bradenton better every day. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Johnette. Okay, moving on at this time, we have no presentations further, Madam Clerk. No, sir. Citizen comments will be accepted at this time on any non-agenda items. Comments will be accepted on the public hearings and agenda items at the appropriate time. So what we do is we have, our processes will go through, I'll call your name, you'll come up, you'll state your name and address, you'll have 3 minutes, and then we will keep all the notes, and then at the end, if there's any comments by the council, then we'll say them at the end of all the public comments. If you do have a question, we will get some information. I'll send you out with Mr. Perry, and he can follow through with some of that at the time. But we don't have any comments. We don't engage with you during the citizen comments. So at this time, I'd like to call up Karen Corbin. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Karen Corbin. I'm the Executive Director of Realize Bradenton, and the address is 1015 Manatee Avenue West. I always get those numbers backwards. I have to be careful. Anyway, I won't take up much of your time today. I just wanted to remind you that it's Blues Fest time. It's that time of year again. And the Blues Fest will be back at the Riverwalk again this year, and we're getting a lot of positive feedback that people are really happy about that. So if you all, in front of you, you probably saw our program book. So it's only a couple weeks away. So I'm hoping that I see all of you there on December 3rd at the Riverwalk again this year. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next, we have Megan Miller. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Megan Miller. I'm with Cork Cigar Bar right down here on Old Main Street, 424 12th Street West, Bradenton, Florida. Been down here since 2006, and I just want to say I really enjoy having the Main Street Lives back. It is great for downtown. The first event we put on, or you guys put on, and the CRA put on in October was awesome, and can't wait for next week. And I just want to say I want to keep seeing these events. So I just wanted to just say that, and thank you guys very much for pushing that.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next, we'll have Kimla Morrell. Please state your name and address.
Hello,
3
I
minutes.
am Kimla Morrell, 521 12th Avenue West in Bradenton. I just have a few things I want to say. The first thing is I want to thank the city, I want to thank you, Mayor, and the Bradenton Police Department, because 12th Avenue, where I live, is very rough, and it has been for years. But you guys have put together where we can come together and have community, the neighbors come together monthly, and we appreciate it. It is helping. So thank you, Chief, and everyone that participates. Also, I want to let you know of Exodus Community Resources. It is a community-based program that is established to help build our community by providing creative arts, educational tools, and a safe place for our underprivileged and at-risk youth. It is our goal for our youth to have the necessary tools that will enable them to achieve their full potential and become successful young men and women in our communities. The goal of Exodus Community Resources is to meet the needs of our youth by giving them a strong foundation that will help our young people meet their needs physically, emotionally, spiritually, and educationally. We believe providing each child with love, stability, direction, and motivation will give our children a hope for their future. So I wanted to introduce Exodus Community Resources to you. We will come before you with a presentation, and we stand on E3, which is to encourage, educate, and empower. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have Steve Palma. Please state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Steve Palmer, 1510 First Avenue West, Bradenton. I want to thank the council members for all their service. I have a background in real estate, corporate America. I was involved with over 85 shopping centers, 600 inline stores, 2,500 freestanding drugstores. And I'm truly concerned about the potential for the library and the city hall. The deal are really thin. I mean, if you guys get out of that deal, the city hall is $12 million. If you have a condo, you could need 2 parking spots per unit, and your store capacity isn't there. So I just caution the members that if you're looking, you think you have a bonding company that's going to save you, if the developer goes out, those guys will probably go out with you, with the developer. I'm here. I'm willing to help for free if you want any kind of advice. But I just want to caution you all that the deal is very, very thin for you to get out of it and start it all up. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we have Donna Mathias. Please state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Donna Mathias, 1600 First Avenue West, number 501A, Bradenton, Florida. Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to share with you this morning. I am a member of the Bradenton Concerned Citizens. We are a group of Bradenton citizens concerned with recent and proposed City Council decisions that affect our enjoyment of owning property and living in Bradenton, the potential long-term viability of Bradenton. There are several of us in the audience this morning. It isn't that Bradenton shouldn't progress, develop, and become the best Bradenton possible, but here are some reasons for concern. City Council's recent approval and construction of a large hotel, multiple large apartment complexes in downtown, not to mention the developments that are currently under construction or coming soon. City Council's potential replacement of City Hall property with either a hotel, condominiums, and/or apartments. City Council's possible approval of rezoning the Central Library property. Traffic, infrastructure, sewage, water, and power, parking, the targeted location of the police department, the targeted location of City Hall. We've experienced firsthand daily traffic increases to big city congestion levels, which bring downtown and surrounding areas to a standstill. There is no such thing as in season anymore. Bradenton is packed year-round. It is just worse during season. Limited parking downtown, which is just getting more difficult as development continues. Overloading the breakdowns of the city's sewer system's ability to handle the increased population. I know there is work in process to update the treatment facility. However, it will be at least 3 years for completion, and I'm not sure $8 million will really take care of it. Overwhelming of city services and the ability to staff solid waste services, a police department that is stretched to its limits. But you know all this because you experience it with us. In a viable, thriving city, there is valuable property that is used for benefits of residents, visitors, such as museums, arts, entertainment, historic sites, parks, and recreation areas. The City Hall property is no different. The City Hall should stay at its current location and the municipal auditorium restored and used for cultural activities such as music, dances, showcase local emerging talent, etc. If marketed properly, it could make Bradenton unique by providing a venue for entertainment that does not currently exist downtown. Have you considered moving the police department to the empty jail? A secure building with plenty of space which is already constructed, keeping the department downtown. Where are the public hearings surrounding this important decision? The City Hall property will always be a valuable asset to our city. It adds character to downtown Bradenton that once removed, we will never have again. There will be no going back. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Eric Holland.
My name is Eric Holland. My address is Magnanimous Brewing at 803 17th Avenue West, and I'm one of the founders. I'm here today to express my concerns about Turning Point, the business directly east of us. Since opening in February of this year, it has been a constant battle of issues stemming from this business. Practically on a daily basis, I'm cleaning up trash, human feces, drug paraphernalia, and removing people that are loitering and sleeping on my property, only to come in the next day to do it all over again. Several times a week, we have to call the Bradenton Police Non-Emergency Line for help. This has become so routine, they recognize my bartender by voice. Last week, we spent $1,700 to fix a fence around our dumpster. This is because they were using it as a personal restroom. Recently, Turning Point has started to fence off their own property because of the people living there. This has now forced people to move elsewhere, mostly the property surrounding them. In the last few days, I've seen these issues substantially increasing. We feel sooner rather than later we will have to fence off our entire property to combat these issues from becoming worse. This will cost us more money and it will create a very uninviting look and feel to our business. We have struggled to create a consistent customer base because of these issues. Conversations in our tasting room aren't about our business or our beer. They're about the people living around Turning Point and the safety of our customers' belongings. While I understand and empathize that Turning Point provides a service for people that are in need, the negative impact on my business and the businesses around us is undeniable. It is a complete lack of responsibility and respect for the surrounding businesses and the community that is my biggest issue. I implore any of the city council members that are not familiar with the situation just to drive by and take a look. To close, my colleagues and I have worked tremendously hard, spent significant amounts of money to build this business over the last year. If I were to walk into my brewery as a patron and not an owner, I wouldn't come back no matter how much I enjoy the product because of these issues previously stated. And to the customers that had inevitably experienced this exact thing, I don't blame them for not wanting to come back. As an owner, that's a heartbreaking feeling to have about a business that you worked so hard on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Julie Showers. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good morning, I'm Julie Showers. I'm here representing the Salvation Army as an employee at 1204 14th Street West in Bradenton, Florida. I would like to say that a few weeks ago, we applied for a permit to remodel an existing building on our property for a women's shelter so that we could house 22 women nightly. Currently, we have about 14 to 15 people who are sleeping on the floor at night, and one of our family rooms is being taken up by single women. So this is not a new program that we're doing. We just want to help more people in our city, get more people off the streets. And also the building, like I said, we just want to remodel an existing building to help in the city. The Salvation Army, you can drive by. We do not allow people to hang out in our area because the Salvation Army is not a flop house. The Salvation Army has programs to better our people in our community and to make them become successful. So we want to help more people in our community to become successful and to move off the streets. So that's why we're here today, just to say to the council that we would like for you to revisit the, I think it's something you voted on in September, that in January we would have to look at it again. We have everything ready to remodel this building and keep an existing program, and we want to help, again, the citizens, the homeless, to become successful in a program, to be case managed, or to help them become better citizens of our city.
Thank you. We have Chris Williams. Did you just want to say?
I'll piggyback on that. Yeah, Chris Williams, 1204 14th Street West. I'm the board chair at the Salvation Army, and as Julie mentioned, we're not expanding our services. We've been serving the homeless population, providing them resources to get on a path of stability at that corner on 14th Street since 1952. We just don't want to turn away women and children back onto the streets of Bradenton. You're fully aware that cold weather is on its way, and a chilly night for us watching the evening news in our homes is a downright dangerously cold night for a woman sleeping on the street. And so to be asked to wait for government to make a decision and to discuss it further seems unacceptable to me, and I would hope seems unacceptable to you. Thanks for the time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, we have Barbara Elliott. Barbara Elliott. Please state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
1316 56th Avenue, Terrace East. I'm Barbara Elliott, president of Stone Soup Manatee. I want to point out that we are standing on Talent Park. We're all sitting here at Talent Park, and that I'm looking at a map from the City of Bradenton Comprehensive Plan that lists this is Talent Park. Not only is this Talent Park, but Talent Park is also the museum and planetarium, the Chamber of Commerce, several other things in this area, because this was all built land out of the river, 55 acres. Now, in your comp plan, it says that you can take public parkland for an overriding purpose. However, I don't feel like unaffordable housing is an overriding public interest. And it also says that if you do that, you have to replace it. It's here in your comp plan with equal or greater land acreage and amenities. So my question to you today would be, are you ready to replace the city hall, replace all of this part of Talent Park that you are going to sell to some developer? Wouldn't it be better, as Donna said, to open it up to nonprofits? You have a meeting room here. You have an auditorium where they can have shows, events, openings, all kinds of things. And you could have all these nonprofits interacting with each other and benefiting downtown. Now, the other thing I have to say is that the city of Bradenton has 56,000 people population, just under that. And according to the comp plan, well, actually, according to a public records request I made, the city has 66 acres of neighborhood parkland. They are required currently by the current comp plan to have a half acre per every 500 people in a half-mile radius. And they should have 112 acres of parkland. So please do not, in fact, dare you not, give this to another developer. You've already developed the 55 acres that was meant for recreation. Hoag Talent made a deal with the state to dig that land up, and he did it, and 25% was meant for commercial, 75% was meant for the public. It was always meant to be recreational, not a wall of condos and apartments that are simply not affordable. I don't understand how you do that. You're interfering with people's access to the waterfront. It is nothing more, in my opinion, than a sidewalk along a seawall. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Don't have any other cards. All right, we have no other cards. So moving forward, Chair will entertain a motion on consent agenda.
Thought we had council comments at the end.
Oh, did you want to have something? Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, you didn't ask. Sure.
Mr. Sanders?
I wrote down each person. Megan Miller, CRA event. There's some confusion about on this dais here about whether that's a CRA event. Probably technically it's not. But the CRA put up $10,000 per show to bring in a little better talent for Main Street. So I supported that. And I'm real concerned that the city of Bradenton has now billed the private entity that promotes that $1,000 for the use of the city street, when I don't believe it's been done ever, or at least I don't have information to that, and I've asked for that. And they were billed for police officers that I didn't see, and then there was other people that intervened into the event to try to steal the show a little bit and had drinking on a boat out beside it. So I'd like to see those things addressed. But yes, the Main Street Live is exactly what we need downtown, and the public obviously likes it because it was very crowded. Steve Palmer about City Hall, I think that's well said. If he's a developer or past developer, he understands real estate probably as much as anybody. Donna Mathis, she mentioned $8 million that we've put in infrastructure, which is true. That's come from ARPA funds. I don't know what we'd have done if ARPA hadn't been gifted to us by the federal government, but we did use that, but we used it for some other purposes too. I believe there was $600,000 in executive pays that came out of that, and so I was real concerned about that, and still am. That infrastructure project has been for sewers, water, storm sewers. I've been given estimates of somewhere between 50 and 60 million, not 8 million. So we'll see what happens, and I don't believe it'll be done in 2 to 3 years. And quite frankly, just to remind everybody, the only reason this is being looked at is because of a lawsuit against us, and they are monitoring it with engineers monthly, I believe, or quarterly, and the attorneys are monitoring it, and if we don't perform as the 600-page agreement, they'll be coming back after us. So we do have that in good hands with Waterkeeper's lawsuit. So just so the public knows that this will be watched, and I don't believe, like Ms. Mathis, I don't believe $8 million will cover anywhere near what it's, and that's been the problem with solving it, is because we've let it go so long that it's going to cost even more, because many of our sewer pipes, they're being lined, but they're very, very, very old, back in the 40s and 50s, and we have like 64 lift stations that many of them need to be revamped and have generators on them so that in storms they're functional to keep the flow of sewage out of the streets and out of the river. Eric Holland says, turning points. I work with Turning Points very closely. I'm the only board member that's on the Suns Coast board for Sarasota and Manatee County for the homeless and replacing them. Sarasota has a much better program than Bradenton, and we have not seen any participation, and we have not seen any money. People, you cannot do anything without money. I don't care if you're building an arts center, Realize Bradenton, or what you're doing. Another group came in, Salvation Army, wants 22 homes for women. Well, I don't think anybody would sit here and say, we shouldn't do that, because that's the right human thing to do. But we don't have any money put forward in our $60 million budget. I've asked for it, and I don't get it. I asked for $500,000 2 years ago, $1.5 million a year ago, and $2 million this year. And I've not received, the city has not received a dime toward any of those projects, which we can fix. But it does take money, and it does take money from the county. It can't just be all city. And I do want to continue working on this to help that out. And I do agree that it is, one gentleman, I don't know if I got his name, said it is a mess. It is. I agree with you. It's a mess. It's a mess because they don't have the funding, proper funding, to make it right. But you're not going to get rid of homelessness by hiding it. And you can't just fence it off or move it to the county. We got 600 acres of ground way out here. We could all take them out there and buy them some tents, but that wouldn't be the human thing to do. We've got to fix it right where it is and maybe a transition to maybe another location, but you have to have services around it. That's why Turning Points and Salvation Army and all those things are there, because there's needs of these people. And there's a lot of health issues with some of them. There's a lot of mental illness, drug addiction, which causes other problems. Everybody understands it, but nobody's willing to step to the plate to actually solve it, because it's a very hard job. I've addressed the Salvation Army. Barbara Elliott, Talent Park. I guess I haven't researched it. I guess this was a park at one time. Still is. Yeah, well, we built a city building on it. This is a beautiful building. It's 100,000 square feet. It's built around the auditorium, which is a beautiful auditorium. And I think its uses have not been done properly in the city, that we should have more entertainment there and meetings. It sits empty, which is a shame. The police department could be built, I believe, somewhere else, or maybe even, like one lady suggested, the jail. I don't know if that would be possible or not. I haven't studied that or looked into it. But I've been working with some other people to bring more retail and restaurants and those kinds of things to downtown. And I think that the city should keep this building and perhaps utilize it with city employees on maybe the top level and make the bottom level retail, restaurants, and places for people to come enjoy the Riverwalk and not come here and be blocked by 20-story
condominiums, apartments, or whatever. I just think that adds no value to the local people here. It only adds profitability to somebody that does that. And I know the argument on the other side, well, it would increase our tax base. Well, yes, it would. But we have $60 million in reserves. I'm not so sure we need an increased tax base. We've had that for there some time. We're probably one of the only cities in Florida that has a reserve balance that's as large as our annual budget. So I say we should return that money through tax abatements back to the citizens. And I encouraged that during the last budget meeting with a like $2 million reduction, which would have gained everybody about $2,000 per household. And they said, oh no, that will destroy our reserves. Well, you was over reserved to begin with. You know, you need to.
Citizens' comments?
These are comments, ma'am, that he said was allowed by the council.
After citizen comment.
After citizens' comment.
Finish?
Okay. So there is other people working on other plans, and there's other people concerned. So I'll finish and say thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Benjamin.
Thank you. I just want to say today is an excellent example for why we have citizen comments. It's just very rewarding to hear your concerns and your thoughts. We hear you, and believe me, we're doing all we can to make it the best city we can have for all of us. And I did also write down everyone, but I'm not going to go through everything because I do want to comment on it quite a bit. But Ms. Murrell, thank you. You're doing beautiful things for the community, and as we move forward in doing community type rebuilding, you definitely need to be in mind with us. And in the Salvation Army, I definitely hear and feel your pain, as well as Turning Points. But I just want to say this was the premium showcase of what citizen comments is all about.
Thank you, ma'am. And again, that's the most important part, I think, of our meeting at sometimes we have none, sometimes we have others, but it's very important to have citizen comment. And when you look at, everything is heard up here, and the staff listens and goes through things, and there is a process, and I think that's the most important, and civility is very important as you go through things. But I know that I hear everybody, and I know that some of the things that were talked about here today, we are working in City Hall every day on. And there's some things that take a little longer than others, but, you know, we hear you, and things are changing in Bradenton, and that's going to be changed with the community's input. And sometimes things go the way all of us want, sometimes they don't, and that's where we have to still then work together when things go. Because, you know, you've got 5 people up here that vote, and once that vote goes through, then you work to the best of the majority, and that's how government and that's how life is in any relationship. You know, I mean, my wife's here today, and sometimes there's only 2 of us, and I always get the last vote, but it's the one saying yes, dear. So, you know, we know that. So, you know, in a funny way. But yes, Mr. Roth.
Yeah, thank you. And kind of on that note of where the community's at, I kept track of everything and kind of put a little note to myself. So we have first speaker was pro entertainment. Second speaker, pro entertainment downtown. Everybody loves that. Crime. The third speaker was about crime and how we're, you know, possibly moving in the right direction. Next speaker was no to development downtown. Next speaker was no to development downtown. Next speaker was no more homeless services. Next speaker was expanded homeless services. And then the last one was no to selling City Hall. So it's kind of all over the place is my point. And on any given day, this is one group we could bring in another group, and they would completely contradict this group. So it's really hard doing this. You know, it's just, but my experience of being up here is almost every land use hearing, every big meeting we have a group saying, please do this, and another group saying, please don't do this. And it's just, you know, we get paid to make decisions, and, you know, and hopefully you've, you know, you trust us, and that's the way it kind of goes. So anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Roth. All right, moving forward, Chair will entertain a motion on consent agenda.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Barnaby and a second by Ms. Coachman, I heard first.
Discussion?
So, yes, sir, Mr. Sanders?
There are 46 items on the consent. There's never been 46 items since I've been in office 4 years. I don't know that there's ever been 46 items on the consent agenda ever, but that is way too much for us to have one vote on 46 items. So I will be voting no. Thank you.
And just a comment, Mr. Perry?
Just briefly, Mayor. Out of the 46 items, I think about 26 of them are continuing services contracts. Those continuing services contracts are things like buying chemicals for the water treatment plant, buying different types of public works supplies and the like. We put them on continuing services because that's what we do, is continuously purchase them. We have been for quite some time. We do that basically at the beginning of a fiscal year, which we're in, for renewal of the ones that have come due. All procurement requirements have been met on those contracts, and that is the way a municipal government works. We don't go out and bid every time we have to buy chemicals or a couple $1,000s of this, that, or the other thing. And sometimes we don't buy any of this at all, but we do need them on continuing services contracts. Pretty much every other government, local government, county government, and the like in the state of Florida, as well as the state of Florida, uses this type of vehicle. And there are limitations on the amount of, that the purchase can get involved and the like. The second category of items are what are called budget adjustment requests. And of course, again, we are at the beginning of a budget cycle and closing out, for purposes of external audit, financial statements and the like. And people with finance degrees understand how important it is to do the appropriate accounting at the end of a cycle, a point in time, if you may. And to that extent, that's what this is to shore up the fund accounting that is done by the city, close out last year's budget, and begin this year's budget. So that explains about 92% of what's on there, according to my math.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion? Ms. Barnaby?
And just for my edification and for clarification, we are in receipt of an email that we received saying that what we are approving is for permission for people to go and negotiate these contracts when it becomes necessary to do so. And those contracts will come back to us for approval.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, we'll start the vote in Ward 4.
No.
5.
Yes.
1.
Yes.
2.
Yes.
3.
Yes.
Passes by supermajority, 4-1. Thank you. All right, moving forward. Mrs. Melton?
We have the first reading of Ordinance 4004, an ordinance of the City of Bradenton, Florida, amending Part 1, Charter and Related Laws, Subpart B, Related Laws, Article 4, Police Officers Retirement System of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Bradenton, Florida, amending Section 1, Definitions, amending Section 5, Contributions, amending Section 6, Benefit Amount and Eligibility, amending Section 8, Disability, amending Section 9, Vesting, amending Section 26, Deferred Retirement Option Plan, providing for severability of provisions, providing for codification, repealing all other ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing an effective date. And the second reading and public hearing is scheduled for December 14th.
Okay. All right.
The next first reading is for Ordinance 4005, an ordinance of the City of Bradenton, Florida, approving amendments to the redevelopment master plan for the 14th Street Community Redevelopment Area to clarify the intent of the redevelopment plan regarding the use of community policing innovations and providing support for community events, authorizing implementation of the amendments to the redevelopment master plan for the 14th Street Community Redevelopment Area, finding the amended master plan for the 14th Street Community Redevelopment Area to be consistent with the City of Bradenton's comprehensive plan, finding the amended master plan for the 14th Street Community Redevelopment Area to be in compliance with the notice provisions of Chapter 163 Florida statutes, providing for severability, providing for repeal of ordinances and resolutions in conflict, and providing for an effective date. And that second reading and public hearing is for December 14th also.
Thank you.
The next first reading is for Ordinance 4006, an ordinance of the City of Bradenton, Florida, approving amendments to the redevelopment master plan for the Bradenton Community Redevelopment Area to clarify the intent of the redevelopment plan regarding the use of community policing innovations, authorizing implementation of the amendments to the redevelopment master plan for the Bradenton Community Redevelopment Area, finding the amended master plan for the Bradenton Community Redevelopment Area to be consistent with the City of Bradenton's comprehensive plan, finding the amended master plan for the Bradenton Community Redevelopment Area to be in compliance with the notice provisions of Chapter 163 Florida statutes, providing for severability, providing for repeal of ordinances and resolutions in conflict, and providing for an effective date. And the second reading for that ordinance is also December 14th.
Thank you.
The next first reading is Ordinance 4007, an ordinance of the City of Bradenton, Florida, approving amendments to the redevelopment master plan for the Central Community Redevelopment Area to clarify the intent of the redevelopment plan regarding the use of community policing innovations, authorizing implementation of the amendments to the redevelopment master plan for the Central Community Redevelopment Area, finding the amended master plan for the Central Community Redevelopment Area to be consistent with the City of Bradenton's comprehensive plan, finding the amended master plan for the Central Community Redevelopment Area to be in compliance with the notice provisions of Chapter 163 Florida statutes, providing for severability, providing for repeal of ordinances and resolutions in conflict, and providing for an effective date. And that public hearing will also be on December 14th.
Thank you. All right, moving forward.
We have Planning and Community Development. I believe Ms. Singer's here.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Singer.
Good morning, Robin Singer, Planning and Community Development. This is regarding a request to reduce the amount of time that low moderate income limitations on affordable units needs to remain in effect. In January of this year, you all voted to require a minimum of 15 years. And this is, for developments that don't have any other outside source of funding. And in this particular case, this project is not asking for funding from the city or other sources. We do have under our comprehensive plan a base unit density of 25 units per acre for this future land use area, and with a bonus of up to 70 dwelling units per acre if you're in the low to moderate income range. So they have a total of 40 units on the property, and of those, and it's a little over a half acre, so of those, 14 can be offered at market rate, and the additional 26 units would need to be in the low to moderate income housing range. So they are agreeing to a land use restrictive agreement for those 26 units. So the question today is how long that needs to remain in effect. From staff's perspective, this is a policy decision. Once granted, this, they're getting this, the benefit in perpetuity. However, even at market rate where this project is located, it arguably will be in somewhat of the affordable range in comparisons to other locations in the city, because this is on 14th Street, just north of where the Metropolitan is going to be located. So we have Mr. Ali Sadir, who is here to make a presentation or answer any questions that you may have. And so if you agree to the 5-year limit, the LURA will be drafted to accommodate that 5-year limit. I did mention workforce housing also in the report. However, they're satisfying the additional height through the public art requirement, so they don't need to restrict the 25% of the floor area to workforce housing. So it's strictly the density bonus that's at issue.
Okay, so we'll let him, do we need to swear him?
No, this is not quasi-judicial.
This is not for, all right, perfect. All right, welcome. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Ali Sadr. Good morning. So as Robin stated, this is perhaps going to be an affordable housing project to begin with, because 26 units have to be allocated for that. And the other 14 units, we can't have it building 14 luxury units versus 26 affordable. So our plan is for the entire project to be affordable. The issue of the number of years that will have the cap on the 26 units, it's really an issue of funding, and it's a cost issue to get the project going, and that's why we asked for the 5 years to be leveled on the project.
Okay. Mr. Roth, do you have any questions?
Basically, you're not asking, for starters, thank you for looking at this corridor. We've been trying to initiate growth into this corridor, and really, I think we kicked it off with when we got the Met going, and so we're now on a roll. Thank you for coming in. So you're not, normally when a developer comes in, they're asking for some type of incentives to land. And with the Met, we gave the land at a reduced rate, and then because of building costs and all that, we kicked in some money, incentives-wise, to help keep the project moving. You would, there's TIFs, there's return on the tax monies, rebates, there's development cost sharing and all that stuff. So you're basically saying, we can come in and build this project on this redevelopment area, and we're not going to ask for anything extra, but the tax credits for the affordable housing tax credits, that we trim the requirement time down to 5 years, from 15 to 5.
Correct. So just to go back, I think developers come in, they ask for a lot of stuff, and that does what's important to them. It reduces risk. They're not all in, and they get the city to go in with them. So if all of that does not work out, it doesn't work out for all, right? We think 14th Street is such a gem that we don't want to ask anybody to come in with us, yeah? And we just need an extra help to reduce the cost of funding and get on with it and build it. So that's the difference between us and others, that we just want that risk to be ours as much as the reward to be ours.
Okay, we'll get back to this.
Ms. Coker?
Okay, yeah, I want to thank you. I think this is exactly what we would like to see. I know that there is a lot of discussion about the need for more affordable housing, and I think government is a big part of the cost of building, and so I think that 5 years and then the market will drive the price, and if we've done our job on 14th Street, then that'll be a good problem to have. I think it's, I'm all in favor of it.
Mr. Sanders?
So the units that'll be affordable, what would be the monthly rent on those?
I think we're gonna go with whatever that's on the books. They get published every April of every year.
You're going to go by HUD
Exactly.
guidelines,
So whatever
which
that
is,
gets published, we just go along with that.
so,
There's nothing that, we are not dictating any rates except what gets
so
published.
you're saying you can do that for 5 years, but you need to give your bankers performance after 5 years in order to justify the financing on the project?
Correct.
Okay. So that means that it will go from, say, $1,200 or whatever, I'm making this number up because you didn't give it to me, but I understand what the HUD rules are. So it will go up possibly considerably. Of course, it probably would just be market rate, but it might go from 1,200 to 2,000.
Just, you're right about that. Anybody can make up any Excel sheet as they
Right.
like.
Right.
That's not us.
Okay.
Yeah. So what we have on our Excel sheet right now is 1,200, for example, just to take your example, 1,200 by an escalation of 2.5%
Per year.
per year.
So it would be up,
It could be that HUD, for example, from last year.
well, HUD goes up every year
HUD
too.
went up by 20%, not even 2.5%.
But that's,
So
you're describing
it's
the problem,
possible
not
that
the answer.
HUD may never be where we are.
I know.
They might always be higher than our projections.
It
But
could
for
be.
a banker to finance it, they need to have that certainty. That's all.
I understand. So is there any happy medium from 50, when we put those in, we put those in for a reason. We put the 15 years in so that we would mandate, but Mr. Roth is right, you're not asking for any incentives. That is, I love developers that don't ask for any incentives except this. This would be the exception that I would possibly vote for or look at. But is there any performance you've done that's somewhere between 15 and 5? A happy medium, like 7 or 8 or 10?
Let me address that, if I may. We're not asking for anything. In fact, we're doing more than not asking for anything. The water pressure that we have access to, you can't even plant a tree with that water pressure. We're putting boosters inside the building. That takes away from the space that could be available to affordable housing. We have to push electrical panels out of the building. That means 42 conduits coming under the slab. The additional cost to get there, yeah? We're not asking for anything, but there's not much there either.
Right. You're not asking for any waiver of impact
No,
fees?
we're not even asking for the city to increase the water pressure. We're not asking for any of that.
But shouldn't the city increase the water pressure so you don't have to?
I wish it was there, but it's not there.
It's
you
not
know?
there,
If
but
you
it
wanna
could be.
build it, yeah, but if you want to build it, you got to build
Well,
it.
we've already know our infrastructure is really messed up,
So
right?
that's my point.
I understand.
Some of that should be on the developer. You want this building to go up, we have to increase the water pressure.
You're
as developers.
absorbing the cost. I agree with you. That's a good thing. It's not a good thing because I don't think the developer should have to absorb that cost. I think that should be the city, and because that's some of what our impact fees should be for, is to have the infrastructure there ready for you to develop, right?
May I add a
Yeah.
little bit to that? I come from Washington, D.C. Yeah.
That's too bad.
I've been to many city councils. That's in fact true. I've been to many city councils. This is the most vibrant I've ever seen a city council. This is, like, this will go down in my memory as one of the best I've ever been in. Yeah.
Thank you.
And because of the
change.
challenge and because of the developer being allowed to actually speak this openly
Right.
about what is wrong and what they're willing to do. So why is that important? Developers are not blind. When they come to Bradenton, they know, right? They know the problem is with the water or sewage. So they're walking in knowing all of that. All of that is within our numbers. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, people just walk away. That's just reality of life, right?
I agree.
So whether or not the city should provide, we can make that argument in downtown Miami as much as in Manhattan, as much as in Bradenton.
Right.
Yeah, there is always something that the developer wants that's just not there, right? So either the numbers work or they don't. Numbers work here. With 5 years, they work. Yeah, and the cost of funding comes down, it works. We can push this past the finish line and say, let's go now. And that's the request.
I understand. If I was your banker, I'd do the same thing. I
Mr.
appreciate
Perry.
it. Thank you.
Mr. Perry?
Just briefly, when we talk about city infrastructure, whether it's sufficient or not, City infrastructure water pressure at that point is probably within engineering tolerance, about 58 to 60 PSI. When you go up vertically on a building, you have to put booster pumps in. You're also required to run 2 different systems. One system is for potable water, drinking showers and the like. The second is for fire protection. Developers usually have to cover that cost. So there's no deficiency in that area. Mr. Ari has a good point that he's in a tight space. It's 0.6 of an acre, and to that extent, there's a space that has to be used for that pump house area.
That's right.
And you would probably have to use 3 pumps, a panel, but a really expensive undertaking to put in. When I say expensive, within reason, but you know, to the credit of Mr. Ari and his development, he is borning the cost of that. But to the credit of the city, the infrastructure is sufficient there too. It's just that it's a tight spot.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And that's again where the city is supplying it, we're working on even improving it, but even if we improved infrastructure on the street, you'd still get 58 to 60 pounds. That's not going to change. Now, if we were at 20 pounds, there'd be a different issue. So I got Ms. Coachman on the board, I believe.
100% correct.
I just, I'm hearing both sides of this, and dropping from 15 to 5 is, you know, it's a big gulp. But I do hear you, and I'm getting a better understanding of why you're making this request. So I'm still mulling over it.
Do you need a motion?
Mr. Roth? Yeah, let's get a motion on the board, and then we can continue discussion. Mr. Roth?
Should I put a motion out, or?
Yeah.
Okay, I move to approve the request from the development to go from the required 15 to 5 years.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Mr.
here's-
Roth, yeah.
Thank you, sir. For starters, this area, so everyone knows where we're at. We're really talking about 14th Street and 9th area, generally, which is an area that I know I worked with Mike Kennedy to try to do something in that area, you know, at the beginning of my career. The shuffleboard court, we remodeled it, we took care of the park, we had to get rid of the lawn bowlers, literally passed on into the great heavens. You know, and then we've got some development going on the one side. The downtown side is the only real development that we've had in there. Old Horse Feathers Inn, we've got elimination of slum and blight. We got people to tear buildings down. It's always a step in the right direction. And then there was a fire in the 7-Eleven, and I worked with Mr. Polk at the time to incentivize them to not just put a replacement of the sorry old 7-Eleven there, you know, and so there was some additives in there. So we've been trying very hard to steer growth and redevelopment into this area. This being the beginning of the cross-section where downtown meets the 14th Street CRA. The potential is there. The potential's always been there. There was a 14th Street CRA plan that was in existence before I came on board. It had never been properly worked. Now, the one thing the DDA did that I'm fully supportive of is buying up the Manatee Inns, the elimination of slum and blight. Anytime we can do that, it is the first step, it's the most important step, it's the hardest step, and we did that, and we finally, after all these years, have a workforce housing project in there, which I think is going to revolutionize that corridor. We're going to have 200 units. I'm figuring 1.5 per unit. About 300 people, workforce level people, are going to be coming in and living on that area, adding with expendable income, you know, coming to that area. Everyone knows there's another project that I'm pushing for to help revitalize that area. But then you come in with this project, and this is beautiful, because you're right where I'd like you to get started. You're a pioneer, coming in at that cross section where downtown meets the corridor. I believe this is a 4-story building.
Correct.
Beautiful. Thank you. 40 units. You know, this will be another dynamic change. It'll be a big shift, and it's where you're leaving downtown. And you're seeing, instead of you know, what we're used to seeing, you're now seeing change. And so this is coming in. It's in a community redevelopment area. Developers come in and ask for incentives because, you know, the cost of building everything. I mean, I get it, and what we have to do to incentivize, that's where our job gets dicey. I think that this is a very creative financing incentive plan. So we started this a year ago with the ability to adjust the workforce housing. So basically, you're not asking for any of the traditional methods of financing that we normally would come up with. You are coming up with this one where you're gonna be able, for 5 years, you'll go ahead and eat total cost, and then hopefully, because you're in this for business, and I think you've told us you're from Washington, you've developed in North Carolina and California, so you're not new to this game.
No.
And by the way, I really appreciate your comments on the 14th Street corridor and the potential, because it's always been there. We just have a hard time seeing it because we've always been here.
Because you've always been there. You can't look at it from the outside, because that's where you just walk by and drive by every day. Coming in from the outside, the first time I actually went down on 14th Street, and you can actually look at the downtown, you can nearly touch the downtown, and you're like, I can't believe these lands are just raw and available. It's just a little bit insane, but it's there.
Right.
And that's what 14th Street was to me. And I was like, we need to be here.
And I know this from my involvement with both the Florida League of Cities and Florida redevelopment areas, where I've seen other communities take the bold move of, they've got their slummed and blighted area, and for generations nothing's happened. They said, damn it, we're going to do something. And it always works. It just takes the initiative. It just takes the belief, the confidence in oneself that we can change. I can change this. I can help change this. And I see this as a new tool for this. And by the way, if we do this, we don't have to do this forever. This is one person coming in with one request. The pioneer always gets the good stuff. That's just the way it is. They're the first to find the gold in the creeks of California. The state of Oklahoma was offered by people lining up with wagons running for free land. The pioneers always get paid. They're the risk takers. Thank you for coming up. I'm not only supporting this, I'm strongly supporting this.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think one of the things before we get to Ms. Barnaby, right behind it is a place that just built some nice, right, just built some homes there. And then also, we're talking about at this point, and I think this will show as we go further down the road with some other developments that are going to happen is, the city had to give a little bit early on. And some say it was more than others, but we had some pioneers that came in here before that we wouldn't be even where we are if the CRA, City of Bradenton, didn't help.
Correct.
Now, to your credit and to your discredit, city's not going to help as much, but you're willing to take that chance because of the city's, in a good place. And like you said, the land is there. And there's other land, I think, right next door to you that you ought to try to go all the way to Ninth. So, I mean, there's opportunity.
We'll be here soon again.
And, that's a historic site there because it was the old hospital.
That's right.
The original hospital. So I think there's some ways to continue that in that area. So sorry for interrupting before you.
We'll see more of us.
Not a problem. I had forgotten about horse feathers because when I look at this site, it was Thurston's Appliances for many, many years. I'm wondering if the maker of the motion and the second would accept a friendly amendment to increase the time from 5 years to 7 years. That's just cutting it in half almost, just a little under half. And I think that would be a little more palatable for some of us to be able to support.
Can I ask a question? I don't know, is that parliamentary?
Yeah.
I mean, is that still viable for you at 7 years? Because I want to make sure this project happens.
So, you're putting me in a difficult position to say.
I understand, but
right?
we have difficult positions here all day
For sure,
long.
for sure. And I don't mean to put it on you.
I'd like to give a fast yes.
I wish I could do that. I wish, because frankly, to the gentleman's point, doesn't make a difference. Yeah, that area, the rent at that area is going to be below the actual affordable housing rate to begin with. So we're talking about something that is, it's just not real. But for financing, that's real. These guys sit in the bank, crunching numbers.
So they would not accept additional 24 months?
I've come with that request to you. And me going back and them saying no, me coming back here, it's somewhat fictitious because the market rate is just not even there for us to even contemplate that. I say this because the bankers did not even put the HUD rate in there. They want to be real. They want to make sure they get paid. So the rate they put in there is not even $1,200. They're putting $1,050. So in the whole scheme of things, we will never catch up even in 10 years' time to get there, in my opinion. But we might. If you're a pioneer, you might. And if we get there, we want to be there for that benefit. That's all we're asking.
Mr. Rolfe?
Yeah, so as far as the amendment goes, so I'll continue my story with pioneers. There's a lot of pioneers that went out to California to find gold and got eaten by a grizzly bear. All right, so that happens. There's a lot of pioneers that went at the lineup of the Oklahoma land rush and wound up in a desert and died. So I know this stuff happens. I like to. I came in here as smart growth development. I was running against, my first campaign was no growth period, none, zero, nada. I'm like, well, that kills a town. You can't do that. There's a whole Northeast, there's an area called the Rust Belt that happened to. So I remember when we finally got the Met up and running, and then the pandemic hit, and the supply chain hit and everything, and the developer came to us and wanted $3 million. And I remember, and that was that was a big ask. It was a huge ask, especially at the time. But I knew that the project was in danger. And I know that we had a decent project going in there at one point in time called Gorman's out of Milwaukee. And it got dangerous, and they disappeared. They ran, and they did not come back. Phone calls were unanswered. So, I think that the request at this point in time is what it takes to get this done. That's my belief. I hate to endanger it, just as, and by the way, I know when the Met came up, I knew that when the request came in, I knew I was alone. I knew that I was the one pushing for it. I don't want to lose this project. I've spent 17 years trying to get this going, and we finally got a hot one, and I didn't want to lose it.
You make us sound like an old maid that finally got somebody to bat his eye at her.
Oh, boy, this is getting even better.
Well, I'm a country boy.
Getting off topic.
So that would be no.
Yeah. So
Not willing to amend your.
No. Well, and I just wanted to
That's the wrong way to say no, but.
Yeah, okay, so if you're telling me no, you're telling me no.
Yeah, just say no.
Well,
Yeah, it's all good.
The point being, though, that the Met, I didn't find out until later, the bankers were getting ready to yank the plug on that. It was that close to a death. So we did the right thing. And that's what I want to keep this moving. Thank you for coming forward.
Ms. Coker?
Yeah, I mean, I understand people's resistance to growth, but growth will happen. And I think that what distinguishes us as leaders and not followers is planning for that growth. And I think that this is part of a plan that's been long in the works, and I think this is the fruits of that planning. And so I just want people to also understand that we hear their concerns about infrastructure and traffic, and we're not making these decisions just in a vacuum. We have plans for that as well. So, again, I want to support this motion, and I just wanted to make that comment.
All right. Thank you. Hearing no further discussion, we'll start the vote in Ward 5.
Yes.
1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
3? Yes. 4?
Yes.
Carries 5-0. Thank you.
Really appreciate it, Mayor. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
If I could, in addition to the 5 years, I think there may also be some slight wording revisions that they've asked for on the LURA.
Okay.
If the council's comfortable authorizing that now, subject to our office reviewing, otherwise we'll have to bring that back in a month, so.
So do we need a motion to?
Bring it back in a month. I'm not voting on something I haven't seen.
Okay.
Hold on, question. So, I guess I'm asking, why didn't you tell us this before we voted? What is it that might change our mind?
It didn't have anything to do with the number of years changing. They had sent over some proposed changes to the language of our form LURA.
Okay.
And so we haven't finished reviewing it yet, but
But it doesn't look like there be any change, or much change. But you just questioned that we might have to bring us back.
typically, if changes are proposed to the form that has been approved by the council, that would come back to the council. And so I was asking if the council was comfortable with our office reviewing the proposed changes so that they wouldn't have to wait a month to bring it back to the council. That was what I was asking.
Are these the changes?
No.
No.
How long is it going to take you to research that? And,
Well, the next council meeting, I believe, is.
well, but how quickly could you get that done? And I'll tell you why I'm going to ask that in a minute.
Oh, I mean, I.
We
would
might be
imagine-
we will be having a special meeting
Okay.
to do something, so I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I would expect we'll have it resolved within the week.
okay, all right. So, could you have it resolved by Monday at noon?
Probably.
Okay.
Okay.
So if that's the pleasure of the council, because if everything goes, we have to certify the election, so we could have 2 agenda items to have our special meeting to do that. If that's legally okay to do, certify the election on special meeting, and then discuss this and approve it if that's the pleasure of the council.
Okay.
Can we make that happen?
So we're going to certify the election with a special meeting?
Yeah, we
Don't
have to by our,
It has to be a special meeting, it can't be a regular meeting?
no, it has to be a special meeting. Because it has to
Okay.
be as soon as, Ms. Melton can justify.
Here's the problem with that. You don't have time to notify everybody. If you're talking about Monday, we should have at least 7 days.
Let her say what the special meeting first.
We just have to read the canvassing board certification
I understand.
at noon, the day after we receive the results from the supervisor of elections office.
All right,
They estimate they will be done Friday.
okay. That's not my concern. My concern is that we're now putting this on hold without a new meeting notification on this. Should we not just amend the vote here to say that it, subject to review by council? And then it would be just at your pleasure, as long as it's before the next regular meeting. Wouldn't that be the easier way to do it?
Well, I mean.
Because next Monday will not be enough time in between to properly notice this other part. I'm not talking about the election part. Wouldn't that not be the proper protocol?
We're not talking about any notice requirements. This is all just proposed revisions to the.
We don't know because you haven't reviewed it. There might be things that we don't like and we have to bring that back up. We don't know yet.
I don't anticipate that.
Okay, but that's,
But yeah, I think what's being discussed is that the proposed revisions to the LURA would be on the special meeting agenda to be reviewed by the council.
And if there's something that I or the public doesn't like, we haven't properly notified anybody to have time to review it. Monday is not enough time. That's all my question is.
You are required 24 hours.
Well, so we're assuming that the changes to the LURA are going to be this big change that's going to be, I mean, we don't know. it could just be some simple, I mean, we don't know what we don't know. I'd be comfortable moving forward right now, but if the board wants to wait, I'm comfortable with that. But I don't believe that the man that was just in here, who's trying to do this, is gonna come in with all of a sudden to some outrageous request on a Lura change that's gonna, we're gonna balk at. I mean, I'm.
And if that happened on Monday, then we would push it down to our next meeting. He left, I think, didn't he? Yeah.
And let me say, if there were substantive changes, I wouldn't sign off on it. I would bring that back to the council,
But Mayor, if I could just interject, perhaps if they are material changes at the discretion of the city attorney who we pay to give a legal opinion on what is material and what isn't, he would bring that to council. If they are non-material and more form types changes, that's common in these types of agreements.
Mr. Perry, wouldn't that be proper, though, to put that as part of the amendment? Because the gentleman just got approval without this conversation. He's not even in the room. Wouldn't that be appropriate to add this as a stipulation of this motion?
Well, I don't think to the extent that we always allow our city attorney basically to review the writings of these agreements, whether they're master development agreements or LORAs or things like that. And oftentimes, in dealing with different parties, they want different form, and it's approved as to form. And we believe that basically what was proposed to council as it relates to the 5-year change from the 15 years in the LORA was the substantive matter before council, and that anything that is changed within the form of the agreement would be non-material. If Scott says, no, I don't feel comfortable that it is a material change, that would be resubmitted to council. That's how I think it would proceed. That's how I would expect it to be
I'm
handled.
going to allow Mrs. Petroff, an attorney, to make a statement.
Good morning. My name is Patricia Petroff, 1206 Manatee Avenue West. I am the attorney for the project, so the changes to the agreement are all my fault. The changes I don't think are substantive. When I read the form agreement, I had some questions about it and asked Mr. Rudisil some questions because I thought there were a couple of paragraphs, paragraph 7B didn't match paragraph 12A, that kind of thing. And so I tried to make it internally inconsistent, and we used your same definition of moderate housing, but we called it workforce because that was what my client wanted. I'm happy to do whatever the council wants, but I just wanted to let you know that it was I who made the changes to the agreement, and I was very careful, I think, to follow your format, but to try to make it more internally consistent, because I will tell you, when I read it, I was like, whoa, and it did confuse me a little bit with respect to how it was structured. When I asked Mr. Rudisil about that, he indicated to me that the people who originally drafted that agreement, neither one of them were with the city anymore, so I didn't have anyone to speak with to say, what was your intent with this section and how does it relate to that section? So again, there's no intent to do something that is inappropriate or that changes the direction and what I think was the intent of where you were going last January. And today, my understanding today was just because the big issue was the 15 and the 5-year, not necessarily the meat of the agreement.
And if he didn't get the 5 years, the other probably was irrelevant.
Yes, sir, that would probably be a correct statement.
Ms. Coker?
Yeah, I just want to say I'm very comfortable. We have two very well-respected attorneys here to work this out and work for that's going to be good for the city. So that's all I'm saying.
Mr. Sanders?
Ma'am, I respect you very much and in your law firm. And so I believe what you say is true. Are you comfortable then with having a special meeting, or should it be a regular meeting? Would that hurt the project or in any way to do it give both of you time to work out details so that we understand?
That's a policy decision of this council. You know, I have been a city attorney for other cities for numerous years. To me, it's the kind of thing that you probably do let the staff and the attorneys work out amongst themselves, and then you trust that your attorney would know if something was so substantial, like the 15 years to the 5 years, that it needed to come back to this council, because that was a statement in January that if they wanted less than 15 years, it had to come back to the council. You know, but again, it is the will of this elected board, and again, it's a form that you have proposed for people to use. It's not the type of thing that would necessarily require a public hearing. At least I don't think it would. It's a legislative decision on some changes to a form that you have recommended that people in your city use. It's for me, when I prepare a form for my staff, it's to help the staff do their job better, and not necessarily to create a form that is so set in concrete that it takes more time for whoever the elected officials are to go, oh, we changed the or to an and/or here, is that okay? But again, discretion of this elected official, you can do what you choose. I'm fine with the special meeting, but if and I agree with Mayor Brown, if at the special meeting there is some concern, some issue, then it can get kicked to the curb and sent to the December 14th meeting, is that right? So either way.
So obviously, you basically just said from what your experience is, and a lot of times staff and the attorneys would work this out, and going forward, and we're actually saying, let's bring it up at a special meeting on Monday, if that's when it ends up being, because it may not be Monday, it depends on the supervisor of elections, but we're gonna know it's gonna be next week sometime. We can actually kick it down the road if we have to, but if not, why not approve it and let this gentleman get his process going sooner?
Yes, sir. I mean, I agree with what Mr. Perry said, that, you know, you have forms to assist in negotiating items, and attorneys are attorneys. Nobody just picks up a form and goes, oh, this is perfect. We just don't do that.
I'm hearing the majority of the council agreeing with that? Yeah. So, all right, so thank you. So we'll move forward with that way.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Going on forward, we have a special meeting on Monday, if it's Monday, whenever the special meeting's scheduled, Monday or after.
So as I understand the intent, we'll try to finalize the document and be ready to put it on for the special meeting agenda.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
You keep saying Monday, is there a reason for Monday?
Yes, because if they go Friday, if they certify it on Friday, we have to do it the next day, excluding weekends, by noon.
Okay, all right.
So
And
we
you
have-
are talking Thanksgiving week.
Yeah, so
People are gonna
we
start
have
leaving
to-
town.
Yeah, we
Okay.
can't, we're bound by the supervisor of elections. I mean, they could do it, they said it should be Friday,
Okay, all right.
but if they run into an issue and it's Monday, then we have to do it Tuesday.
Okay.
Yes, and it's in our code.
Yeah.
It's in our code that we have to do it at noon.
To do that, so, all right, thank you. At this time, it's 10:19, we're gonna take about a 6-minute recess, and we'll be back at 10:25. Thank you. We'll be back in order. Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you could administer the oath, please.
Yes. Anyone wishing to address City Council during the following public hearings will please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations which you are about to present to this board will be truthful and accurate? Thank you. The first matter of business is Resolution 2251, a resolution of the City Council for the City of Bradenton determining petition MA.22.3134 for a major amendment to the Promenade at Riverwalk Plan Development in order to modify the number of dwelling units, proposed uses, and configuration of the Manatee Art Center parcel for property generally located north of 3rd Avenue West, south of the Manatee River and the Rossi Waterfront Park, east of 9th Street West, and west of the CSX Railroad tracks, Bradenton, Florida, providing for severability and providing for an effective date. And this is a public hearing as well.
Thank you. Ms. Singer?
Hi, good morning again. Robin Singer, Planning and Community Development Director. What you have before you is a resolution to approve a major amendment to the Riverwalk, Promenade at Riverwalk, which is generally located south of the Rossi Riverfront Park, to the east of 9th Street, north of 3rd Avenue West, and to the west of the CSX railroad tracks. There is some corrections to the resolution that were provided by the applicant's attorney, and staff has no issues with that. I passed them out just prior to this hearing. And the changes include changing the 5,600 square feet of retail to 9,100 square feet, and that's to take into account the 3,500 that was already approved for the Riverdance building. Also, I wanted to note that we have in there Manatee Art Center. It should read Art Center Manatee, which is their actual name. And then moving down, regarding the recycling dumpster pad, that's something to be resolved in the SIP process, or the Site Improvement Plan process. And I believe those were all the changes that they had recommended. With that, again, this is a modification to an existing planned development project. Prior approvals on this, we didn't find ordinances or resolutions, and we thought it'd probably be a good idea at this time to clean it up and provide a resolution so that somebody has something to go back to. And there's a number of stipulations that were put on prior approvals. We've retained most of those. Some of them were eliminated because those buildings have already been built. But a lot of the stipulations we maintained, and we added a few with respect to this project as it's been modified. Part of the project is to, if you look at the map here, this is showing the areas that have not been fully developed under this PDP. The areas that have been developed include Riverdance, River Song, and the Performing Arts Center. However, the entire acreage for this entire PDP, as it remains between the CSX railroad tracks and 9th Street, includes approximately 14.62 acres. So the density, overall density for the project is based on that 14.62 acres. If you went back and you looked at the Planning Commission agenda and remarks, they had indicated a possibility with City Council's approval of including the parking lot for the Rossi Park. They have since modified their request to eliminate that. That is acreage that wasn't previously included for density calculations elsewhere. However, they have reduced the density provided for buildings 5 and 6 and 10 and 11 down to accommodate just the 14.62 acres that are between the railroad tracks and 9th Street. The land use category for the development in its entirety is Urban Central Business District, which allows up to 14 dwelling units per acre. These are market rate units in their entirety. The zoning is a little bit split. In the general area of Art Center Manatee, it is a T5, or excuse me, T6, and it is T5 for the remainder of the development. So the applicant is requesting to amend the PDP approvals in the following ways: to increase the number of dwelling units in Building 5 from 45 to 115, still in keeping with the 290 that would be remaining at the density of 40 units per acre over the entire site. Consolidate Buildings 6 and 7 to a single cultural building to be occupied by Art Center Manatee. Consolidate Buildings 10 and 11 into a single building with 178 residential dwelling units, and approximately 5,600 square feet of retail. And it would have parking at the bottom 2 levels behind the retail. The retail, as they've been showing it would be facing 3rd Avenue. And we feel that's good for sort of the walkway between the Performing Arts Center and the Art Center, as well as the downtown. So replacing Building 13 with an outdoor amenity area, it was currently proposed an outdoor amenity. They had talked about in the prior PDPs that it would be 3 stories, including office and cultural uses, but they are kind of holding on what they actually intend to approve there, but they're talking about outdoor amenities at this point. They're eliminating the hotel from the mix of uses that they intend to occupy the site. We had been in conversations with somebody who wanted to use the site across the street for a hotel. I haven't heard back from them in a while, but there is possibility for other locations to house a hotel unit in the area. Modify the parking calculations to adopt the form-based code standards for parking requirements for the new residential units and retail space. I'll get into a little bit more detail on that in a moment. And approve the configuration of the Art Center Manatee parcel, which had on previous site plans for the PDP had indicated that was just the corner parcel, approximately where it's located now. Now it'd be more linear, and you probably have seen diagrams and renderings for the proposed Art Center renovations. So this is the way the chart works. The previously approved PDP, which was last amended in 2012, versus the PDP amendment that they're proposing this year. And you can see in yellow are where the changes are occurring primarily. So building 13, changing out to a recreation space, and then the dwelling unit counts and the amount of cultural space are changing for the other areas of the site. And this depicts the prior approval of the PDP. I know it's not very legible, but it was in your package as well, and hopefully you were able to take a closer look at it through that parcel. And this is what they're proposing. And as you can see, we're really talking about these are the remaining parcels, as the other parcels have already been redeveloped. So this is buildings 10 and 11 sort of combined into one building 10. It'll still have vehicular access on the ground floor, and as I said, 2 levels of parking and then retail space along 3rd Avenue. The Art Center will be located here, and then there'll be a linear liner building that will block the back view of the parking garage for Riverdance. And well, to a degree, share parking with Riverdance. There is a parking agreement already in place for Riverdance. They have restricted parking above a certain level beyond a gate, and those spaces will remain for the exclusive use of Riverdance. And they had a parking calculation of about 2 parking spaces per unit, with a proposal to change the parking calculations on the new residential. A form-based code requires just 1 parking space per residential unit. So a little bit about the history of the PDP. It originally, as I understand it, from looking through past documents, included everything from 1st Street East to 9th Street West. And in 1985, you had the development of this parcel here in, I think it's close to that you had the hotel parcel redeveloped, and then a residential development in this location and office space developed in 2000 and 2006. So they've come down to the point where we're just dealing with this parcel. Riverdance was developed in 2007. 2013 was a performing arts center. 2015 was River Song, and of course the art center is proposed for redevelopment. It was last touched in 1950. So this gives you a little bit more about the history of amendments to this PDP. It was initiated in 2003. I think some of the development east of the railroad tracks, of course, precedes this, but this is really talking about that 14.62 acres that is proposed, that they're proposing the amendment to. That really started in 2003. There were several amendments. The one in 2011 actually wasn't approved. I'm sorry, the highlighting on that disappeared with the transfer over to the PowerPoint. But in any case, the last one that was approved in 2012. So you can see the unit count change here. There's also some changes to building height that are included with this. And the petitioner, I think, can address that more thoroughly in theirs. For our analysis, the proposed plan development meets or exceeds the minimum requirements of 3.4.1.2, general standards and regulations of the land use regulations pertaining to parking and vehicular access, streets, drainage and utilities, contribution to public facilities, protection of resources, a recycling dumpster pad, and sidewalks, and those are all what's listed in your resolution. Getting into more detail on that, the petitioners are proposing to adopt the form-based code standard, as I said, which would require 1 parking space per dwelling unit of all the new residential dwelling units, and 1 parking space per 500 square feet of the new retail development. The combined buildings 10 and 11 will have their own built-in parking with 2 levels of parking. And as I mentioned, Riverdance has their own parking agreement with the rest of the units. So there are some parking spaces within the Riverdance parking garage which will be available to serve the new development. However, beyond their restricted parking area, that is exclusively for the use of the Riverdance owners. A site improvement plan, we're required to review the project for compliance with the development standards and adequacy of public utilities. The proposed plan development project meets or exceeds the minimum requirements of 3.4.1.3, specific standards of the land use regulations regarding uses, density, intensity, open space, recreation area, parking, building setbacks, buffers, and signs, and that's it's addressed in more detail within the staff report, and in doing so, I'd like to enter the staff report into the record officially. So in terms of uses, all the uses they're asking for are permitted within the land use regulations that are asking for to reduce the amount of retail space from 30,940 square feet to 9,100 square feet. And as I said, 3,500 of that is included in Riverdance, and then the other 5,600 will be included in the building number 10. Staff recommended that the retail frontage with storefront glazing be placed along 3rd Avenue. The hotel has been eliminated from the plan, as I mentioned, and building 13 has been eliminated from the plan. Density, again, based on 14.6 acres. They would be allowed overall 584 dwelling units, and so there are currently 115 within Riverdance, 179 within River Song. That leaves 290 units, 112 of which would be in Building 5 and 178 in Buildings 10 and 11. The petitioners provided an impact analysis including traffic impact, which indicates the proposed changes will have a reduced impact on traffic in the area. Generally, this is because a larger amount of retail space would generate more traffic than residential uses, so that balances out. When you reduce the amount of retail and increase the amount of residential, you can change that factor and essentially still meet the intensity standards and not exceed them. The project will be subject to a form-based code review and possible adjustments. So with respect to setbacks, what we're looking for is buildings that address the street, and I think they're going to be achieving that with Building 10, and Building 5 is going to serve a purpose in concealing the face of the garage. And then, of course, as I said, you've seen the renderings for the Art Center Manatee. Prior approvals for provided for landscape requirements in a sign plan, and so we'll continue on with that. We'll expect to see modifications to the landscape plan that will be reviewed as part of the site improvement plan. So the proposed plan development project meets the requirements of section 4.1.1.5, concurrency pertaining to the following: analysis of capacity unless otherwise indicated, and sufficient capacity exists for the development that will be further addressed in the SIP process. In other words, if we have to, if they have to make any modifications for the supply of sanitary or potable water, they can do so, but our indication is at this time that it will meet that demand. The city has the capacity to meet that demand. So staff finds that the major amendment to the Promenade at Riverwalk Plan development is consistent with the City of Bradenton Comprehensive Plan and Section 3.4.1 of the Land Use Regulations pertaining to amendments to the existing plan development projects, and recommends approval with the following stipulations as amended from those approved under MA.12.32, and that was the prior amendment. So as I mentioned, some of them were suggesting removal because, you know, pertaining to Building 8, and as they've been, some of the buildings have been built, we find those stipulations are no longer necessary, but we have maintained or modified the remaining stipulations. Again, several pertaining to Building 8 that are no longer necessary. I mentioned the landscape treatments. Again, that's already in there. We're keeping that. There was a modification suggested by the petitioner regarding that prior one on the dumpster locations. That'll be resolved as part of the site improvement permit. Getting down to some of the stipulations that were added, which are the underlined ones. Parking for the new residential units and retail space will be calculated on the ratios based on the form-based code. The design and placement of the residential and mixed-use structures shall abide by the standards of the form-based code with review and approval of any adjustments by the PCD director. And then new residential units will be LEED certified. That's what we had recommended. It was a discussion at the Planning Commission that there are other standards for energy efficiency that might be more beneficial. They suggested the NGBS, which is green building standards. And we're saying, or similar energy efficiency standards. We just feel that covers it a little bit better. I think we're getting a lot of, you know, there's different standards, and I think the petitioner will speak to that as well. And again, we had some that were eliminated. On September 21st, the Planning Commission heard this petition and voted 7-0 to recommend approval subject to the stipulations recommended by staff and the changes to the energy efficiency standards. Subject to the Planning Commission hearing, the petitioner submitted a revised narrative to eliminate the additional area from the Rossi Park parking lot from the area for density calculation. So that's not really part of this review because they've already eliminated that. So the staff report was modified to address that. And so this is the rendering we have received, of Building 10, and again shows the retail frontage, and a rendering you've probably already seen for Art Center Manatee. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to the petitioner unless you have some questions for me.
Any questions? Mr. Sanders?
Could you bring the map back up, please, and show us the locations of each of this and the 14 acres? Yep, I think back the other way.
This one?
Nope.
That one?
Nope.
Oh, all the way to the beginning?
No, yeah.
Okay.
Well, there was a better picture.
That one?
No.
When we had the years?
You did, but you
Oh, the
scrolled.
years, the history? Okay,
There,
that one?
right there.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. The 14 acres, could you point to on the map where the 14 acres is, where it starts, where it ends?
Yes.
So it's at the railroad?
Yes, it's at the railroad.
Railroad would be the
down
east
to
portion?
Yeah, down to 3rd Avenue,
And
up
along
9th Street, up to Rossi Park, and running along the south side of Rossi
And
Park.
that 14 acres is owned by who?
Owned by, well, initially it was owned by the city. The part that we're talking about for the modification is still owned by the
This
city.
is what's called as a sand pile?
Yes,
Okay. So just for I'm doing this for the purposes of the people in the public to get a historical picture of what here. So this was owned by the city, and what happened between the city and this development?
Well,
How did it end up in the hands, and it's on, it's on a lease? Is it
Okay.
a 99-year lease or something like that?
I believe so, and I think the petitioner's agent can probably give you a better history of that. The River Dance and I believe River Song have both been conveyed to their owners for those individual condominiums and so forth, but they were originally owned by the city as well. So I believe that the intent is that as these parcels are developed under this amended PDP, that the city would also convey those parcels as well.
So the land has not been parceled and conveyed. It's through the lease of the
Riverfront Partners.
Riverfront Partners, right? So the lease is still basically owned by the city.
Robin, why don't we let the Riverfront Partners answer the question? He probably could answer it.
Well,
better.
I'd like to have
Yeah.
Robin answer the question if you don't mind.
She wasn't here.
She doesn't know. So.
Well, you right. You just say you don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know, but you got some history here. Just say you don't know if you don't know. You're wanting to what is it? This is wanting to build apartments, more apartments or condominiums with retail.
Right. So they, I think they'll speak to that, but I believe these are rental, but that's not condominium, but apartment.
Apartment market rate rentals. Okay.
But
And
we
they-
don't regulate ownership, so
Yeah, I know.
we could sell them in the
Right,
future as
exactly.
condominium if they
exactly.
chose to do so. We don't.
I understand, but this is still on city-owned lease property
As of now, yes.
as of now.
Yeah. The city would have to convey it permanently, I believe, in
We'd
order
have to convey it. So the taxes on these buildings are through the ad valorem tax through the county, is the building is taxed separate from the land.
I suppose
You
so.
may
I'm
not
an
be able
authority
to,
on
you might not be
taxing,
able to
but-
answer that.
Yeah.
So why haven't we just conveyed it and sold it under the conditions of the lease? Because I don't believe the lease, I don't know the exact number, but it's not very much revenue to the city.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
We have this is a land use application. We're getting a little bit off course onto what's relevant and the factors that
Okay,
should
I'll
be
stop.
applied.
I'll just have one question of you, Mr. Ritterfield, since you interjected. Do you not have a conflict here? The river, the owners of this lease, your firm represents them? No?
No, they're represented by Mr. Vogler.
Mr. Vogler, on the River Song Apartments?
On the entire thing, Mr. Vogler has represented the Riverfront Partners for 20 years.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, thank you. So we want the applicant to come up and give us a history lesson and information that we've had before from you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I want to answer every one of those questions. I know the answers to those questions. I would prefer to have done the land use elements first because those are the most important pieces of what happens to the urban core in the city of Bradenton. And you have your own vision about that. This land, and you'll make the decisions that you make, but you've hired professional consultants that have rendered reports that strongly encourage the development of the core for residential uses, for non-residential uses, and so forth. That's completely independent of this project, but it's a framework to understand where we've been for almost 20 years and why we're here today. But succinctly, sir, most of the original 27 acres that we acquired from the city has been conveyed by deed to private parties. On the 14 acres which you had on the drawing, the River Dance parcel, the River Song parcel, and the Manatee Players Performance Arts Center parcel. All of those have been deeded by the city of Bradenton to those users. You notice that we haven't come forward in 10 years or so for a new development project. There are reasons about that that I'm going to speak to, but we're here today, and more likely than not, assuming this project gets approved, we will come and offer to make the same arrangements that were made with the others, where the deeds were conveyed. And parenthetically, we know that our sublessee today, which is the Art Center Manatee, would also like to have a long-term conveyance of their parcel. They've been on that site since the early 1950s. So, you know, it leads me into saying to you and to all of you, if you'll humor just a second, 20 years ago or so, a group of us acquired about 27 acres from the city of Bradenton on a ground lease for 150 years. And it's been changed over time, as I've just mentioned. But what hasn't changed is the partners in the original venture. Myself, Ron Allen, Mark Kaufman, David Band, and Randy Benderson. And we joined then, and we've been together ever since, and this is the last piece that we think we'll be working on. But this piece includes residential uses, as you'll hear, and also a collaboration that we've made with the Art Center. In the past few years, we have worked very carefully with Art Center Manatee. Some of you know this very personally because you've been active and very supportive of the Art Center. But what that collaboration is not just a couple of people sitting in a room saying we'd love to work together. The Art Center hired a very excellent architect and planner. And we, my company and myself and others, have worked carefully with that group and with our new partners that we're bringing into this project that you'll meet in a few minutes. And the purpose of all of that was to design a redeveloped art center that fit on the site with the goals of the form-based code and allowed for the redevelopment of the site for the uses that are preferred by the city. So that was an extensive joint planning effort that extended over several years, and this is the culmination of it. We have now made an arrangement with a builder-developer that has a great team, and they have real urban core experience in a West Coast cities, which you'll see explained to you. So this is our presentation. But just a little bit more historical context for you. Most of you know, but I want to make sure Mr. Sanders knows. Our project was responsible for the design, building, funding, and construction of 3rd Avenue West. Maybe some don't know, but 20 years ago, that roadway did not exist. And it now extends from Business 41 all the way to US 41 and provides an important link. It also links 2 of our major art institutions that we have located on our site. Well, we have collaborated. The Art Center's been there before us, but nevertheless, we have worked extensively together on that. Our project was, I would call, a significant impetus for the Riverwalk project. It was a city project, but there was a high level of collaboration, and we're grateful for that. We made the foundational gift of land to the Manatee Players. We have had a similar long-term charitable relationship with the Art Center Manatee. We and our colleagues have developed over 600 residential units in 4 projects: River Dance, River Song, Main Street at Bradenton, and 210 Watermark. We have designed and built all of the master infrastructure that exists on this 14-acre site. That includes roads, utilities, stormwater. All of that was built in advance to support these projects as they came forward and when the time was right. So we have master planned the property, and we've made 4 amendments over time. And why do we make amendments? We make amendments because there are changing markets. We make amendments because there are risk assessments that are done based upon proposed uses. We make amendments because we've suffered recessions. We make amendments because we've all suffered pandemic. So these are the realities of life, but we remain and have remained optimistic and always looking forward for the best interests of the city. 4 years ago, we hired Cushman & Wakefield. Cushman & Wakefield is a national firm and one of the strongest marketers and brokers in the Tampa Bay region. We hired them. We spent a lot of time talking about Bradenton and the project, and they worked diligently to bring us users. Some of the things we learned in that effort, though, large neighborhood retail buildings are not in this marketplace. And you'll see that because there aren't any, right? Now, we know the city has created a parking garage with retail space, and I see that it's leased recently. I don't know what the economics of that are. It's a very good thing, but it's also a challenging thing, and that is clearly the case. A standalone restaurant. We designed it. We worked with Mr. Polk extensively. We priced it, and we couldn't find anybody that could operate a standalone restaurant and build it and operate it there. God bless anybody that can, but just as you heard from the gentleman this morning, there are realities of the world, and that is a reality, and I would ask you, as much as we would love to have that, I would ask you to reflect upon what standalone, brand new building has become a restaurant in the downtown core. I don't think there are any, and if there are, you know, it's proper to reuse buildings. Chateau 13, I mean, this is an incredible reuse of space. It was John Moody's office, and 13th Street is wonderful, but it was an existing building with a roof and a mechanical system in place, and they've done an incredible thing with it, but it isn't standalone. And so I probably belabor it too much. Hotel, you can see we're changing our plan from a hotel. I can tell you, I testify to you under oath here today, I had 2 hotels under contract at different periods of time. They were going to be very good for our project, and they would have been very good for the city, I think. But as you know, and I think it was completely the right decision, the Spring Hill Suites is an investment that the city has made, both in the hotel and the parking garage, which chilled some of the enthusiasm for our site. And so today, we're converting some of our uses primarily to residential and neighborhood commercial uses. This is the vision for the core, and we're proceeding to implement it with this plan. There are 2 things that primarily influence this plan that we're presenting to you today. One is the Arts Center's desire to expand on this site and to build a signature, architecturally significant building, of which you'll see some new renderings that are very beautiful. Second, there's an increase in residential demand for people that want to live in the urban core. And this has been a planning goal of the city of Bradenton for over 35 years that I'm aware of. I know that there are books and studies in the bowels of this building that speak to we need more residences downtown. This is not to the exclusion of appropriate goals for affordable housing, but the urban core presents a great deal of additional expense, but also a great deal of additional opportunity. And it's our time to achieve that opportunity, and that is for our project we're speaking to today, and what happens on this site will be another discussion, but of a similar vein and a similar caliber. And so with that, I want to introduce to you Joe Bonara, and he and his team have worked very diligently, as you'll see, to bring forward a beautiful building.
Thank you, Mr. Vogel. Welcome. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good morning, everyone. Joe Bonora, Catalyst Asset Management, for the record. And thank you for Ed and Robin for the introduction. And this has been it's been a fun endeavor so far going through this, and it's appropriate that we are working with the Arts Center because this is the design of this site has taken some artistic skill and ability to create something that, and this is the difficulty sometimes of development, where you can actually design something that's going to be beautiful, well received, but also economically viable. When we came into this project and entered into an agreement to acquire the site, almost, it's a year and a half ago now. The original plan didn't contemplate the Art Center because we didn't know the Art Center's plans at the first point of this. We were introduced to the great people at the Art Center a few weeks in and made the decision to redesign the site, our site plan, in a way that's probably less, it's more costly to do, but we view the partnership with the Art Center as a partnership with the community, and B, I'm a big advocate for public art and believe that places like the Art Center don't take away from but add to the value of the project. So for us, we actually, in seeing the beautiful design that their architect came up with, were inspired by it and decided that our design should really just complement what they're doing, right? Make them the focal piece. We're providing housing, and a step back, and Ed alluded to the fact that we've done some urban core and redevelopment projects. The majority of the work that I've done has been down in Southwest Florida in Fort Myers and in downtown Fort Myers. We just completed, stabilized the first downtown apartment project in downtown Fort Myers. I recently won the FRA award for the CRA redevelopments. It's the best residential project for 2021. That project, same thing as this. I see a lot of similarities between the two cities, and the potential is one of them. The first step in a redevelopment and in reinvigorating a downtown is to bring in more people living there, right? You need residents there living, hopefully working, to attract all the other things that you want to see in downtown. You want to see more retail, you want to see more restaurants, you want to see shopping, all the great things. I live in St. Petersburg, and I think one of the best urban planning examples you can find for a redevelopment of a downtown area. And the key to that was bringing the people in, having people living there, and then that allowed the restaurants to come in and survive because you need people living there to buy the groceries, buy the food, go out, spend the money. And the original plan for this site had more retail. We brought it down, and not to say that we don't want more retail. We'd love to do more retail. I would love to put a grocery store on this site. Trust me, that was one of our first thoughts, and we looked at it. Can we include, a Whole Foods or somebody like that in this plan? Unfortunately, can't because of size constraints of the site. I think traffic is one of those things that always comes up as a concern, and I can tell you that putting a grocery store or any kind of major retail on the site would cause a significant amount of it. And so for us, and I think it's and I think that is one thing that probably has to come down here as grocer, but we are going to include an urban grocer concept is one of our plans for the retail space, to have a smaller 3,000, 4,000 square foot space to accommodate that need. And then also other complementary retail uses, right? So it's coffee shops, it could be breweries, it could be things that the residents would enjoy that would also help activate the space. But really residential is what's needed. And these are a market rate. They're no affordable component. That's not to say we're not, advocates for affordable housing and workforce housing, because I think there's a huge need for it, as everybody knows. There's also a place for it in different projects. In this project, the need was for market rate, higher end housing. And so what we're proposing here is probably going to be at the top of the market. We saw in our downtown Fort Myers property that I would say that almost 50% of the residents living there are retirees and empty nesters. To my surprise, I shouldn't say surprise anymore because it's been kind of the trend on every project we've done, is we've seen more and more people that are downsizing and renting. These apartment communities now are, the amount of amenities and the level of finishes you see in these apartments it's at, or in some cases above the level of a for sale condo product. And so you're seeing a lot of people make the decision to rent. And so we'll see a lot of working class, we're going to see a lot of workers living there. It's the millennials, all the people that you would expect to see, but you're also going to see a lot of retirees, empty nesters, and those that want to live, work, and play downtown. So we've got some slides. I mean, the elevations, the renderings. Let's see if I can. Is it okay? You can see we did a massing study just to show just in relation to everything around it. We could go high rise on the site. We made the decision not to. We want to respect the surrounding area and build it at a point. This is 7 stories. Both buildings are 7 stories. So it's in line with the buildings surrounding it. You can see that we've got the one building oriented towards the river, so we'll have units with views. So the highlighted area there is the building that's going to span across the road. And so as an example of some of the things we had to do to creatively design the site so we didn't have to modify and keep it so that the existing residents that live there can continue to use the roads that have been there since they've moved in. We build over top of it. So we're going to span over that road with parking on the first level on either side of it. We'll have our amenity space on the first level, the retail on the first level there, some parking, and then you'll ramp up to the second floor, and then all the units will be floors 3 through 7. This is an updated but not final rendering. We're at the schematic design phase of the plans, which means that we probably have another 6 to 8 months of final design development. But generally speaking, this is what you'll see size-wise. What we're going to incorporate here, which we've done the last few projects, and every project we're increasing the amount that we include some public art features. So including murals. We've got some great artists that we're going to bring in that you'll see in later slides that are going to put their touch on this product. There's another elevation. This is from the south side. So this is actually the view facing third. So this would be, and you can see on the first level there, you're going to have retail across that front. This is the north elevation. This is actually facing the riverfront. Probably doesn't do it justice because you really can't see the depth of it. But that third level there, that's going to be our outdoor amenity space. The residents have a pool on the third floor overlooking the river. You can see it's kind of a courtyard there. You'll have great views with units. And then this is the side going into this is the side facing the Performing Arts Center. The other building that's going to line the garage, you'll see, again, 7 stories. The color scheme and the overall finish level that we're going to do is going to complement what the Art Center is doing. If you've seen renderings, there's one in a later slide here. You'll see we're going to incorporate some of those colors, some of the finishes and textures that they use, so that, again, this project has this kind of continuity to it and has this feel that it all looks like it's supposed to be there. I always appreciate when projects look like they fit together, when they don't look like they've been developed over time in different styles and forms, and it looks like it's been patched together. Our intent here is to make it look like a nice cohesive design. A few more slides there. There's a rendering of the Art Center. I'm sure many of you have seen this, but that gives you a good feel for what it's going to look like. Again, originally, our plan before we were introduced to the Art Center, we had a building going on this corner here, and we made the decision that we want them to go forward and build theirs, and you can see how nice it's going to be as an entry into, off of 9th onto 3rd, and that corner there, which is really the focal point when you come over the bridge, when you enter into downtown. I know they've got great plans. I won't speak to their plans, but I know they've got great plans for this sculpture garden. We're going to work together to create a connectivity between the downtown urban core and this site so that there's this walking path that has public art, landscaping, and really makes a nice connection. This is one of the artists that we'll be working with, Yala Ford. She did some sculptures for us down in Fort Myers. She's based in Tampa and St. Pete. She's done a lot of work in St. Petersburg, the work that you see here she's done. This is another artist we've done, so that you can see some of the murals. These are unbelievable. We used this artist down in Fort Myers. You can see the Thomas Edison photo there we did at our project, but those are all those are portraits. That's paint. That's spray paint, actually, if you want to be more specific. So watching them do this was unbelievable, the talent. So a few more examples of the art. This is just to show you the screening. So you're not going to see garages. So any place that we have a garage in the first 2 levels will be screened. And we'll do things with green walls, decorative panels. So it's not going to look like anything like a garage. Everything will be concealed. Some examples of retailers that we think would be a good fit for the ground level retail. Duckweed is an interesting concept. We've reached out to them and similar concepts. That's an urban grocery store in Tampa, in downtown. They occupy about 3,500 square feet. They've got all the essentials, so it's a small version of what you'd see at like a Sprouts. But it's a nice little, for residents and for people around the area. When I first came down to Bradenton, looking for groceries and food was challenging downtown. So the more we can bring downtown to help address that issue. And some of the other ones here, and I put these on here as examples just to see the type of tenants, but also these are great tenants. They're great amenities for the area, but they're also relatively low impact in terms of traffic, right? So you're not seeing any users that are going to command a ton of parking, and they're not going to generate a lot of traffic, more than you would normally see with a residential development. This is a really interesting, it's a cool concept that we're doing in a project in Fort Myers that we're going to do here. It's car sharing. And so one thing I learned when we finished our project downtown Fort Myers was that a good amount of the people living there were either working downtown or working remotely. And this was a few comments that I heard from people that I was just chatting with that live there. And a handful of people just said, I haven't used my car since I moved in. Which got me thinking that if you don't use your car much, do you really need a car all the time? Because you have the ability to use a car that was available to you without owning your car, letting it sit in a parking garage, collecting dust, and taking up a parking space. So this company, this service, will have 3 Teslas on site available for the residents to use. So if they don't have a car, don't want to have a car, want to get rid of it, they'll have the ability to use one of these cars living there. Bike share is nothing new, but we'll have it. So this will be another thing that's available to the residents. I parked before I came here. I parked at the site just to walk over here. I always like to see the feel of how it's going to be. If I worked downtown and I lived over there, is it far? Is it hot? Is it going to be like, by the time I walk in, am I going to be drenched in sweat? And it's a pretty nice walk. It's less than a half a mile. Generally, the rule is 10 minutes or less walking. People will walk up to 10 minutes. After that, they're not doing it. Especially in Florida, I'd probably bring that down to probably 7. So, you really want to get a feel for it. I think there's some great opportunities with the Riverwalk and walking underneath that bridge there. I think there's really opportunities for some digital art where you see some of these things where the light, and you can really create something really interesting and cool underneath that space there. And these are all things we're planning. We've got a pretty significant amount of dollars in the budget for public art. And so we're going to work with the Art Center and other artists to come up with things, not just on our site, but everything connecting downtown to the site, right? Because, again, these are investments. We don't see them as expenses. We see them as investments in the project and in the community, and it only enhances the value. I mean, so I can say that it's purely altruistic, but I would also be, saying that it helps us too. I mean, it helps the project. Some case studies. This is West End at City Walk, a project that we finished in downtown. Again, that won the FRA award for Residential Project of the Year in Florida. The last 3 projects we've done in partnership with the Community Redevelopment Agency. So all of the sites we've redeveloped over the past 5 years have been redevelopments. So these have been areas that had been considered blighted, had not had any real investment dollars spent. I'd say that in the last 10 years we've invested over near $300 million in downtown Fort Myers and in Fort Myers area in general. So we've gone to an area that has been overlooked primarily by large development companies because it's a small tertiary market and invested dollars, and that has now attracted major developers down there. And I think you'll see a lot of that happening in Bradenton. It's right at that point. Some more pictures of it. These are the sculptures that Ya did for us. These are 10-foot tall light bulbs. We're right next to the Edison home. So we came up with this concept to do these massive light bulbs. You'll see these words carved into it. We actually went out to the community to get inspiration for the words that would be carved into the light bulbs. Laser cut them. She actually handmade these. They took a year to make. They're lit from the inside, and they're at the entrance to the project. So at night, they project down so the words shine out on the sidewalk. They're getting installed in the next few weeks. These murals are the entrance of our parking garage. So you see Edison and Ford. Obviously, the Edison and Ford estates are really paying respect to the fact that we're in this historic area of downtown Fort Myers, right next to the Edison home. These bring people all the time taking pictures. We actually, I think I have it in a separate slide here, but we had space on the first level, and there was a local coffee shop, and a guy, it's called Shift Coffee. And it's called that because he would ride around on his bike and sell coffee. So he's actually got a bicycle that he sells coffee out of, and we gave him the space for free. And so he now has a coffee shop on our first level of our building, and he's expanding. He's spent over the last year putting his own dollars into building this space out. So I just gave him a vacant space in the lobby, and he's converted this into his own mural. He's got a stand in there. He's getting, and it's not just the residents that live there, but people that walk down the street go specifically to his coffee shop because of the location. So he'll get people looking at the mural, then grabbing a coffee and going. So we will reach out to local businesses here to do something similar, right? This project, Grand Central, this is kind of my claim to fame. Not because of anything that you see in this picture other than the Krispy Kreme in the back corner there. We brought a Krispy Kreme to Fort Myers, which is all anybody ever cares about when I explain my background and what I've done. I say Krispy Kreme, and they light up, and they say, "That's amazing, you brought Krispy Kreme?" They sold 1 million donuts in the first 2 weeks. It was the most successful store opening in the company's history. Traffic backed up. My brother works for the sheriff's department, and he was out there, and he called me, and he goes, "What'd you do?" And it's just traffic all the way down to downtown. It was 2 miles of cars backed up to get donuts. I don't eat many donuts. I don't understand the appeal, although, people, they love it. They had a camp out the first night. Somebody got free donuts for life. I guess the first person that was in line. A project we're starting in February. This is Montage at Midtown. This is Midtown Fort Myers. This is an area of downtown Fort Myers that the city has been talking about for 15 years. They've hired multiple consultants to come up with plans. They just have not been able to get any investment dollars in there. This would be the first project in that area, and following this, there's another $200 million of projects that are coming in specifically because our project is going to come out of the ground. And they would not start because we haven't started yet. And so as soon as we start, they will move forward. So this project, a 321 unit Class A apartment community. You can see we spent a lot of time on design. It's a huge part of our business is to create these interesting spaces. This 18,000 square feet of amenity space. When I say the amenities that go into these places, we have a 5,000 square foot gym. I mean, they're like commercial sized gyms. You've got co-work space, pool, pet spas. I mean, things that none of the apartments I grew up living in had. So here's another aerial picture of it. We have a lot of public art here too. We've engaged a bunch of artists from local and national, and actually a few from Canada and Australia coming in to do artwork here. And that's the last slide of my presentation. Happy to answer any questions before one of our consultants comes up.
Mr. Sanders?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I met with you, about a year ago?
It's about that, yeah.
About that. And so I was very excited after I talked to you, and because you came in, you didn't ask for any money, and that was number one. That my background in finance is like, when somebody doesn't ask me for money, it's like, really? Why are you here? So that was a real shot in the arm to me that said, look, I have to support you in that regard. But I think you took this project to a different level. Your willingness and abilities and forethought with art is astronomical. And I think this art center greatly improved after your involvement in it. I know it's, 11 million, maybe, but that is going to be one of the finest buildings in the city, I think, maybe in the county. Absolutely. And so I thank you for that. I think that's going to be a very good attraction to our downtown in that area. And I really don't have anything, believe it or not, to say bad about the project, other than it does increase density, it increases more, and I know people won't like that, but that's just, like they say, part of the growth. That's, you can't stop and you shouldn't stop. But this retail thing has always been a problem in that area, that it's hard to get retail, and it's like, you just can't own all the Starbucks there is downtown or whatever. So I wish you well in that, and hope that will remain on the books. But it's on the books today, and there's no retail there. So, but I hope it does happen. And that's something that you probably is outside your control. So I wish you well on that project. The only other thing, I said, this is in the CRA. This property is, and they would have to make some, I think we'll have to make, it's not in the CRA. She says, no, okay.
Yeah, it's one of those rare instances where like the CRA is, everything around it is the CRA.
Yeah, so this, okay, that 14 acres is not a part of it. Okay, great.
Some of it is, but these parcels are not. Actually, part of the art center is, and I think the one piece of it is, which is this spot, it's a small piece of land between the Performing Arts Center and our building, and we're going to work with the CRA to develop that as a really kind of a public, amenity, an outdoor public space.
That'd be great.
So, yeah, we've engaged a great firm out of California, RSM Design, that does, they call it environmental design, which they do like everything from placemaking, public art, outdoor spaces, so all the cool stuff you see, where they have like those food truck, the shade sails and the different things that you can never even think of. Their creativity is unbelievable. We brought them in. They're actually doing all the placemaking and wayfinding, so all the signage and all that. I get probably too into the details with the design stuff, but I just like it, so I do it. So, but they make it all feel like it's supposed to be, like it's designed the right way. And so we're working with them to come up with a concept for that space, that outdoor space.
And I thank you for your passion, and I'm familiar with your work in Fort Myers through the CRA. We was down there last year, and we looked at some of your projects, so I was impressed with that. So you've done an excellent job, and I think you're passionate about what you do, and I think that your ideologies on the art and bringing the community together is really good. So unless you're giving me one of the best sales pitches there ever was, you got my attention, and I like it. So keep going forward. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Yeah, we one thing to say is that the reason we've done well down there with the CRA is that we've actually built everything we've presented. So we've always built projects. There's not enough time to waste not doing stuff that you say you're going to do.
Well, I think one of the reasons that you brought up something about it's not being in the CRA, there was some good thought by our previous administration and councils at the time to say, hey, when all this was done, let's keep an area in the city that hopefully as it develops will then be able to still bring money into the city, not just the CRA, and they had surrounded the CRA that was going to be able to do it. So some of these, you're talking about how some of the monies work. There will still be money coming in for the city to do what they need to do in the infrastructure and things down there on our Riverwalk and all of that. So our forefathers and mothers did a great job of anticipating when this developed and how it would work, because as we know, the sand pile was the water, and they created it, and I think it's long overdue, timing-wise, to do something, but now it'll be pretty much done. So, Ms. Coker?
Yeah, this to me is almost the fruition of a long time of planning. And hopefully we can finally put the sand pile name to bed and never call it that again. But I think one of the things I especially like is because I too have reached out to try and get a Publix downtown and talk to the people that cite them, and it's all been about heads and beds. So I'm thinking with this and other projects that we've got going that we may finally get that Publix or whatever it needs to be to get that grocery downtown. And I also am hopeful that some of those heads in those beds are going to be people that are now clogging the roads going to St. Pete and going to Sarasota and to Lakewood Ranch, and get them off clogging the traffic. So this checks a lot of boxes, especially with the public art, and I think that it's also helping us to fulfill a long time promise to Art Center to help them get a new building. And they're one of the jewels in our crown with our arts organizations. So I'm really glad that that's helping with that. And I thank you. I know that the mixed use part is a big challenge, and I think you seem like you've got the thinking outside the box with helping to get those businesses to be part of the mixed use. So I think this is great. Okay. Thank you.
The retail, so we never use any projected rents on that space in our numbers, meaning we don't have to rent it for anything, right? I mean, so we have a lot of flexibility to bring in tenants that if you had to get $50 a foot wouldn't move in there, but because you don't, take those numbers into consideration when you underwrite the deal, we could be flexible, and if it works for the project and the community in the area, we could work out deals where, like we did in Fort Myers with that coffee shop, he had it for free, still there for free. So, but it's a great amenity for the residents. So,
one thing that I think Mr. Roth and I were the only ones on the council at the time, though, when this all came about, and the rest of the property where the art center was going, we had worked out a deal, and if I'm not mistaken, it was something that the city had already contributed in about. They were paying $17,000 a month for that property through Riverfront Partners. That went away when we said that, so the city was contributing to help the art center move behind it. And I may be off on the numbers a little bit, but that seems to be. So when you got it, it was already done, so you had to work it out. And that was very important to me when we did that 5-6 years ago, to allow the art center to move to the back part of it to make this whole development important. And that's what we did, again, 5 or 6 years ago, I believe it was. So.
We tried to convince them to go to the center parcel so we could design around it. And they said they had a donor, and they had the, what really sold me though was, besides the fact that I just think they're great people and I really like them, and their plan is beautiful. I think that corner, what they're doing with that sculpture garden, is going to be awesome. I mean, I think just as
that was the reason that, as this council person said, hey, interest to our city, let's allow them to build a building back, then take that one down and make the the entrance to our city with public-private partnership with the Art Center. And again, that's when we can do those type of things, it's important. So any way that the city and the CRA can help, I think is very important as we go forward. Yes, Mr. Roth.
Glad to see this coming through. I prior to running for office in 2005, I was on the board of directors for the Art Center when worked with Judy Blake was the chair, and Diane Shelby was the director. Shelley. And we this was in the works back then. That was like 18 years ago. So it takes a long time for this stuff to happen. I know that the city worked to help the players go in place. They used to be over here. They were going to go to Palmetto. There was a lot of shuffling the deck to get that happen. So this is kind of a long-term process. I remember the discussions about the restaurant before we knew what we knew about the restaurant, before the pandemic. We've always talked about retail. I know I cautioned everyone when we did the retail in the garage over here that don't chew off more than you can bite. So that's, we finally are getting the last tenant in there. So this is all a long time project coming to fruition here, and I think it's good. I mean, everything has now been tested by the market. It's all good planning. I'm ready to make a.
All right, thank you. We got to get a public hearing. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So at this time, we'll open the public hearing, and I do have some cards. The first card we're going to go to is Doreen, is it Cloquet? Okay. Please come forward, state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Doreen Colquitt, I live at Riverdance, and I've been there from the beginning. I'm concerned with the traffic because in the late evening, you can't get out onto 3rd Avenue very well right now. And if we were to have a fire, how is the fire truck even going to get to us with all the additional people? That's it.
Okay, thank you. Linda Enberg, please come forward, state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Linda Enberg, 808 3rd Avenue West, Unit 805. While I do not speak officially for Riverdance condominiums, I live in Riverdance next door to the proposed project and am an active member of the Art Center. When my husband and I purchased our condo 18 years ago, we knew that the rest of the Promenade Master Tract would be developed someday. Since then, there have been several iterations of development plan, each one requiring an amendment to the PDP, as we are here to talk about today. I've since become acquainted with Mr. Bonoro and Mr. Yeager from Catalyst, and I am very impressed with their openness and commitment to being good neighbors as they talk about. They certainly have been good to work with as the Art Center came to agreement on the ACM piece of this development. And I think a notice from the city sent out to all neighboring properties mentioned an increased number of residential units in the plan, which may have been misunderstood by some. The old PDP included plans for the hotel, the restaurants, the retail, and very few apartments. So naturally, this plan, when it takes out the hotel, the restaurants, most retail, it has to add more residential units. But the total number of 634 units on the entire master tract is below the 696 units allowed by zoning. In addition, according to the traffic study done by Kimley Horn Engineering, the traffic impact is much less with this plan than it would have been with the old plan, decreasing the trips per peak hour by 52%. I think that's encouraging. Consequently, I think this is not only a reasonable but an exciting infill development opportunity for the old sand pile, last time we said. And I think it will only increase the amenities and the property values for all of us who live downtown. I look forward to working with Catalyst to develop the plan further as neighbors would work together. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Carla Neerman. And Carla is representing the group for the Art Center, but I think you've heard the board up here, the council, so.
Good morning. I don't know what else there is to say. You guys have all said it for me. I would like to mention that Bradenton Riverfront Partners has donated the land that has allowed us to expand. That's a huge deal. We've worked with them for years. And as you all have noted, it's finally coming to fruition. And Catalyst has been amazing to work with. They're very cooperative. As Joe said, when he wanted to squeeze us in the middle, we were like, no, we can't do that. Because part of, an integral part, I should say, of our design is that we are going to be able to create an entrance into Bradenton with this sculptural garden and green space, which is for walkability, for gathering, which all of our residents are saying they want. And one last thing, we cannot do this project if you do not support this PDP amendment. And so I respectfully ask that you do so today. Thank you.
All right. That's the only cards I have. Is there any other wishing to speak? Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone else wishing to speak? Hearing none, close the public hearing. The chair will entertain a motion. Ms. Barnaby?
Motion to approve Resolution 22-51, subject to the stipulations that we have been presented in this packet today.
Second.
I heard Mr.
I think
Ross.
everybody wanted to
I
second
heard
it.
Mr. Ross First, so,
We didn't even hear any vote.
so any further discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Sanders?
The last speaker, Carla, you know, I want to take a little credit for myself and the CRA that we, you came to us for money, and I said, you know, I would only support this if this property becomes yours, deeded. And I might have been the only person that required that, but that makes me very happy that now it is 100% yours and yours forever. So that was a requirement that I said, I'm not going to go along with any of this until I see that done. And you know that's what happened. So I think that's one of the best things there is, that it's now 100% yours. It's a great project. You know, I can't wait to see that finished, you know, and so I support this, and I've supported all along with the Catalyst because I've talked sincerely about them at making these new projects. I understand we're increasing but I'm sorry, you know, that's, to me, is good development, and there is such thing as good development, and this is one of them, and so I support it because of that, because I'm telling you, it could be so much different if it wasn't done by these people, and I'm watching, so I think that I don't think that they'll disappoint me, and so I'm happy. Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Rudisil?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure it was clear for the record that the version of the resolution that's being approved is the version that Ms. Singer handed out, and not the version that is in the agenda packet.
Yes. Yep. All right, thank you. Hearing no further discussion, we'll start the vote in Ward 1.
Wait, do you have?
Oh, yes. I'm
Ward
sorry,
2.
somebody distracted me.
Yes.
3.
Yep.
4.
Yes.
5.
Yes.
Carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, Ms. Singer, next on the agenda.
Mayor,
Yes.
to get to that matter, the next matter, I'd like to maybe just bring something to the attention of council and Mr. Rudisil. This is a unique property ownership arrangement that was made many years ago. And certainly I was romanced as much as anyone else was by this excellent presentation and the potential for the city. But there were some questions that came up earlier, and it addresses some of the concerns regarding infrastructure and some of the concerns regarding some of the people that came earlier in public comment and discussed the needs for smart growth and controlled growth and infrastructure and the like. And I think I'd like some sort of tacit approval to probably enlist a tax attorney to take a look at what the implications of this are going to be moving forward as it relates to revenue opportunities and tax distributions and the like to support any sort of adjunct city infrastructure that has to be done. Yeah, on-site infrastructure will be the responsibility of the developer, and that will be addressed in the SIP and other types of MSAs and things like that. But because of the uniqueness of it being a lease and then a transfer to a fee ownership, a full ownership, I would like to know in advance, and I would hope that you would as well, what types of revenues would be coming in from this, because you're going to have significant multifaceted revenues, both from the ad valorem as well as other types of revenues. So I'd just like to tell you that I'm probably going to be, with some sort of approval by council, trying to retain some expertise in giving you some information in that regard. And it's probably outside the scope of what I can provide, to be perfectly honest with you.
I think it would be good, because obviously the ad valorem is going to come in. Also, though, the lease that, if I understand it correctly, right now Riverfront Partners is paying a lease. And with that lease, when the property goes over to Riverdance, for example, then the homeowners in Riverdance are paying a fee on top of their ad valorem taxes to basically offset the fee that Riverdance was paying for that property. So, you actually pay a little bit more. So that would be, I would assume, the same thing with these properties. The ad valorem would go with the building, and then there's still going to be the fee of the lease of the property.
And that's one of the things I'm kind of interested in. There's some very novel arrangements in the current existing ownership arrangements, payment of I don't know if the service fees in lieu of taxes and the like that are current, and I want to know if they're going to continue or if there is some opportunity. And they have to be done absent probably the SIP process and the like, because it's difficult under Florida law to hinge one on the other, and I think to a large extent it's prohibited. But I sure would like to know, eyes wide open, what we're looking at.
But also talking with the Art Center, Manatee, the previous council had already basically given them that property because they were paying up to the back of it. Riverfront Partners was paying $17,000 a year on the lease for that property, and we waived it when we gave for Art Center to do it. So that property had already been done long before this relationship.
It's an excellent point. There very well may be what are called vested rights, so that we cannot go now in the future and try to modify. But I think it's important to know that moving forward. When we talk about a significant development with significant financial exposure across the board of necessary infrastructure, comprehensive planning and the like. I mean, I don't think you'd like to find out later that, oh, these apartments can't be taxed ad valorem. There was some deal 20 years ago that had some substitute, and really, if they could be taxed, this is what the revenue would be. But now that they can't because of this vested right, we're only getting 10% of it. I mean, I'd be concerned about that.
Right, and that's what I was referring to begin with, that you thought I may have been attacking what the original deal was. I was, because I didn't understand it. It's very complicated, and and I understand that the people that's on the 150-year lease, that's a long time, and they are. I'm hoping that this will be a windfall for that, even though it takes risk takers to do things like that. But I would like to know also what this end result will be. And because I've questioned the revenue that's coming in from those properties, and still to this day do not understand what the city is getting for that 150-year lease.
Yeah, and I think also of noteworthy, and maybe it wasn't really picked up by a whole lot of people, one of those projects in Fort Myers, the development cost was in the $65 million, and it sold for $118 million.
I saw it.
Right.
And so sometimes the neighbor you have today may be a different neighbor of tomorrow. And sometimes the agreements that are made about the fence line with the neighbors or other arrangements, when the new neighbor comes in, aren't the same. Right. That's my job,
right?
Kind of to look at those kinds of things.
Great job. So,
Mr. Sanders and I are absolutely on the same page on that, I think.
Let's move on.
Damn, it took me
Planning.
2 years to convince you that I was right.
Thank you, welcome.
Hello. Unfortunately, I haven't been sworn. I'm really sorry.
That's okay. Raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations which you are about to present to this board be truthful and accurate? Thank you.
All right. Good morning, council. My name is Jamie Schindewolf. I represent City of Bradenton planning staff, and I have been sworn. The request before you is special use consideration for a lounge and a light industrial facility in the T4O zoning district, and that is how we have to classify breweries with our code. So just to make clear what that means. Here you can see the subject parcels. The site is on 14th Street West and 19th Avenue West, and it's a bit hard to see through the hashing, so here is an aerial of that site. The surrounding uses include office, motel, a laundromat, vacant commercial, restaurant, and single family. As I'm sure you know, 14th Street is a mixed commercial corridor. You can see here that there's an existing building to the south, and there to the north there's an existing access point onto 19th.
Can you just, okay, never mind, I'm seeing it now, okay.
The subject property is approximately 0.74 acres, as stated, zone T4O. Table 4.7 of the form-based code indicates that lounges and light industrial facilities are allowable in this zoning district with special use approval. The parcels are in the Urban Village Future Land Use designation. Urban Village encourages the development of a district with a distinct sense of place, a walkable environment that supports and enhances abutting neighborhood areas. Desired uses include retail stores, artisanal uses, restaurants, and civic and recreational uses. What's shown here is an overall site plan. It's a bit hard to see, but on the south, that white space is that existing 5,846 square foot building. And to the north, you can see the proposed site improvements for parking and an outdoor beer garden space. The proposed parking is 17 spaces, where 12 is required under the T4O zoning district. And we have also asked the applicant to pursue a parking agreement with the nearby shopping center to the south. Here you can see the landscape plan, which is a bit difficult to read on your screens probably. However, on the east side along 14th, the applicant is proposing security planters to help protect patrons from vehicular traffic. They're also proposing a food truck with lawn activities, and the applicant has been made aware of our noise ordinance that would apply to this property. This is just what they've provided as an interior. You can see there's some seating inside as well as the the tap room and the brewing space. So when we consider special use standards, these do come from our land development regulations. The form-based code refers back, or our land use regulations, excuse me. Our form-based code refers back to that. And in this case, I want to point out that the applicant is requesting a small relief from the 10-foot wide landscape buffer that's required by the general standards for a special use along the western side of that property. The proposed parking is designed around an existing shell drive, which creates an 8-foot buffer between the property line and the parking. They are indicating that they will have a combination of landscaping and an opaque fence where none exists currently to prevent vehicular glare onto that adjacent property. We have proposed a stipulation that will enforce the long-term maintenance of the fencing along that western property line. So land uses requiring special use permits are those with the potential to disturb other land uses in the zoning district. I'm not going to go through all of these regulations. It's in the staff report, but it does appear the site is sufficient to meet all of these criteria in support of the proposed lounge and light industrial facility uses. The ingress-egress, as stated, will be used by enhancing that existing access point. We've shown off-street parking that they intend to provide. We're still in the process of working with the dumpster location, but of course staff will work through that with them and make sure they do conform to our codes and our standards. Utilities are available and adequate, and proposed signage and lighting will be reviewed and will comply with the form-based code standards. Staff does recommend approval with the following stipulations. The first four are pretty general for this sort of use, and then the fifth one is there, again, to ensure the maintenance of that buffer between this use and the neighboring single-family home. Planning Commission recommended approval with the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions before we go to the applicant?
I have one question. On the garbage thing, is that, you think, how big an issue is that?
It is a bit of a, it's a tight site, and it is a little difficult to maneuver I don't want to speak completely, I'm not Public Works.
Public Works.
But it is, proving a little difficult to maneuver properly. But I think the applicant is been open to adjusting the site and has been working back and forth with Public Works.
There's just simply not enough room and access to the garbage trucks?
Yeah.
Because we've had that at a couple other restaurants that really has caused me a heartache, because they don't have the proper usage for the dumpster, and then they use the neighbors, and then they use individual ones. It looks terrible. So that's the reason I asked that question.
That will have to be worked out before they get their CO.
Yes, as part of the site improvement permit process, they'll have to have a satisfactory dumpster solid waste solution.
Okay. Thank you. All right? Yes, ma'am.
I just want to add, we have smaller trucks as well that get into those tight areas and can, I don't know if they
This is more of the dumpster that has to be
It's a
picked
big
up by the,
dumpster.
yeah.
Commercial.
Yeah, commercial. So.
Maybe we need to design a taller one, tall and skinny.
Yeah, something.
Just saying.
Maybe we just need to deal with what's at hand here, and then we can talk about this later.
You're right.
All right, thank you. So that's the applicant to come forward and.
We probably have to get density approval for that, the height of the dumpster.
I rely on yours. Good morning, Mayor, City Council. For the record, my name is Bob Schmidt. I'm a certified land planner with Land Planning Associates, PO Box 20115, Bradenton, Florida, 34204. I'm not going to go over the same things that Jamie did. I don't even have a PowerPoint. She did a great job. It's been a pleasure to work with staff throughout this process. I did just want to say a couple things. That this site is, as Jamie mentioned, it's on a mixed commercial corridor. It's very close to the Village of the Arts. My client is Tom Faco. He's right here, and I've asked him if you have any questions about the business operation, because it is kind of a Motorworks, Darwin's type of place, and there might be questions about the safety of the planters on 14th or whatnot. We had a couple questions about that at the Planning Commission. And Mr. Sanders, to your point, yeah, the dumpster has been the issue. You're not allowed to back your trucks out into the street, so we even talked about can enclosures and things like that, depending on the trash generation. And if you have any questions about that, I'll let Mr. Faco answer. But as I said, it's been a pleasure to work with your staff. I did review the staff report, and as a certified planner, I concur with its findings. And with that, unless you have questions for me, I'm just going to keep it short. So, yes, sir.
Well, first question, so has the property been acquired?
Yes.
Okay.
And we're in the process of the site improvement permit, and I think even building permits. Okay. I think he's applied for them, but I will let him answer that.
Well, we've already won a victory then, because it used to be, there was a church in there that was running homeless facilities. That lot was turned into a
soup kitchen.
Food, yeah. So we've already moved in the right direction just by the acquisition.
Well, thank you, and he's very excited about this. I can tell you, and it's been a very good process, as I said, with your staff and with my client. He's very amenable to working with whatever the city decides on these little issues. None of them are real big, yeah. And I've heard a lot of talk this morning about redevelopment on 14th Street, so I think this is a really good opportunity because, as you said, it's had some issues in the past, and this is a nice thing to come.
And thank you for that segue, because I was about ready to go into it again. This is an opportunity. This is, as I said, this was a problem property that is no longer a problem property because ownership changed hands. We have a new facility coming in. As far as I know, this is the first new business in that corridor and the entire time I've been here that's coming up. It's great, and it's a family-oriented food service, type of, venue. It's perfect. Just to the south of that is one of the best Italian restaurants in the area, San Remo's. And by the way, their stromboli is like to die for. So, this is the beginning. This is the beginning of the transition of that corridor, which, I think we're going to soon start calling the Tamiami Trail as it is. And there's just so much opportunity that, once again, I thank the applicant for coming forward with this, opportunity for us to approve this and do whatever the staff has to do to work with you all to, make this happen. This is great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Coker?
Yeah, I, again, want to reiterate everything he said, but also, as you're going forward in branding, I do think we would like to see us rename that, well, not rename, it is Tamiami Trail. But there's so much connotation to 14th Street that if we could, when you're going forward and branding your establishment, Tamiami Trail, North Tamiami Trail, I'd just like to encourage that, obviously.
Thank you. No,
Yeah.
it's a great suggestion. And as long as it's, that might be a FDOT road, if they have issues, and we might have to tackle that. But we can call it whatever we want when we're advertising.
It's
No.
a scenic
I know
highway.
that.
It's an FDOT scenic highway.
Yeah.
Oh, is that right?
Yes, it
Tamiami
is.
Trail, yes.
Okay.
Yes, and I think that, when you name something that gives it value, I think it's gonna pull everything up.
Absolutely.
This is just a drumbeat I'm trying to do. Thanks.
Mr. Sanders?
Yeah, in that area, in that corridor, and Mr. Roth can speak to it, I think we haven't done a good enough job in improving that 14th Street area, because there's money available for that improvement to make it just not a bypass. Because you go down 14th Street, you generally don't see nothing because you're going so fast. You're focusing on the rear bumper of the car in front of you that you don't rear end them. So you really don't see the businesses there. So, but the ideology behind this and the money available is to kind of slow it down. Now, some people say, oh, no, we can't do that. That's a route. Well, we've done bad at planning in our city because we got this east-west route, this north-south route, and we need to bring our city back and make it a city so the actual it comes back with planners, et cetera, and there's a design for this, and there's money available for it. But we just have not had the time, but we need to take the time because it's there, right now, right today, not yesterday. It's nothing. This is in the plan and it's available. So maybe as a merchant or as a property owner, you can push for this, and I hope that gets done soon so that money doesn't get reappropriated somewhere else.
Mr. Faco has been working with the CRA, and
Well, this is MPO. Metropolitan Planning Corporation.
okay.
MPO, that comes from other sources, which
I see.
actually helps our city because it's not we'll perhaps put some skin in the game, but I don't know. I look at Jim, and I don't know are you up to speed on that corridor or?
It's part of the baseball study.
Yeah, okay.
We're proposing to come before council that
Yeah, all right,
Okay.
so, yeah,
That
there's
needs to be
also
fast
Tiger
tracked.
grants. There's also Tiger grant out there. It's about $5 million on that we've looked at, so. All right, thank you. Why don't we bring up the applicant, and he can give us his, you don't have to do a card, so, if as the applicant, so.
My name's Tom Faco. I live at 7626 Partridge Street Circle in Bradenton. We moved here from Chicago about 1.5 years ago with the plan of starting a brewery, and we were really attracted to the city of Bradenton. I bring my children to the splash pad about once a week, right where this new development's going, so it's really exciting to see the growth, and we really want to be a part of that, which is very exciting. My business plan is to serve a top quality product at a reasonable price in a family-friendly oriented environment. I have small kids. I want to encourage families with small kids to come out, have area for them to play, where the adults can have some fun and the kids can have some fun, and everybody is welcome. I'm really excited about all of the art that is in this city, and that north-facing elevation is basically an open mural. So we want to be able to put some
some paintings or artwork or our logo to make it really cool and really exciting. So yeah, we're really excited to be part of the city and improving a property the property that needs improvement, and we're willing to do what we need to do to get this done.
All right, any specific questions before we go to public comment?
No.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll open the floor for public comment. Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Hearing none, we'll close the public comment, and Chair will entertain a motion. Mr. Roth?
Yep. Move to approve Resolution 22-59.
Second.
Actually, a motion by Mr. Roth, second by Mr. Sanders to approve. We'll start the vote in Ward 2.
Yes.
3.
Yes.
4.
Yes.
5.
Yes.
1.
Yes.
Approved 5-0. Thank you very much. Moving along, new business, Mr. Perry. Are we going to go to Mr. McClellan first?
Yeah, if you could do Mr. McClellan first, which would be
Public
item
Works and
number
Utilities?
8,
Yes.
Public Works Utilities, contract approval with AECOM for design of the new Bradenton Police Headquarters. As the council is aware, there was a recommendation of award to AECOM, and this is approval for the contract itself. Mr. McClellan had been working with procurement staff as well on trying to put together an architecture and engineering contract with AECOM, and it is included in your package. I think it's about 73 pages long. It's very complex, and as it relates to services, details, timelines, I defer to Mr. McClellan to provide additional information as requested by council.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, council, mayor. Jim McClellan, Director of Public Works and Utilities. As Mr. Perry indicated, we have been working also with the city attorney's office to develop a contract with AECOM related to the design for the new Bradenton Police Department headquarters. It's about a 30,000 square foot building that's being proposed. We've established that the initial construction budget associated with it would be in the range of $18 million. So based upon that, working with the architects, they've developed their detailed scope. You see that before you as part of the package, and the overall fees associated with this, which includes construction phase services from the architects, is $2,045,490. This represents a schedule attached to it of about a 12-month design period associated with this. This includes both site selection, evaluation, environmental site assessments associated with it, all of the ancillary services in addition to just the architectural design of the building. It's the structural design, it's the civil design, it's the geotechnical engineering, the mechanical, HVAC, electrical, all of that is included as part of this package. Yes, sir.
So is this, you said includes a site selection. Is this being designed for the area at 6th and 1st?
It is, well, as part of the site selection.
Okay.
That's one of the properties that we are looking at. The others, I know that council is considering City Hall for at 14th Street. That's another alternative possibility for this. There's also the possibility of properties across from Public Works, depending upon how things all play out, whether Public Works gets rolled into the City Hall design. There's properties available. So it'd be looking at those various properties and assessing how the building would fit upon those and developing a recommendation that council would approve as far as where it would be selected.
If I could address that, Mayor and Councilor Ruff, as you know, we kind of have a double barrel issue here. One is the sale of this site, and if that consummates the need to build a City Hall site and a police station. We own the 14th Street site. It's site ready, site prepared, has limitations. Council policy decision will be where to put this police station. We own the 6th and 1st Street site as well. There had been a lot of discussion about Sixth and First. We are in the process of trying to finalize a judicial action of a condemnation of an eminent domain proceeding. In my opinion, at this point in time, it is the more likely site, the 6th and First Street site. I don't want to delay things, and so we want this contract to be in place. However, we want to have the flexibility that as a policy matter, if you all were to make a decision otherwise, that we're still in the process of programmatically beginning the process for design. Because time is of the essence, and I think as we move into the new council, the first of the year, those very important policy decisions will be before you. I told you I don't want to become an advocate on that. It's a policy decision. I understand how far my pay grade goes up, and it's an important decision from a multitude of different perspectives from the city and the citizens' interest. But we believe that getting the architecture and engineers on board with this contract is an important first step so that we're ready to hit the ground running, so to speak.
Okay, because I've always been under the impression that this is where we've been talking about 6th and First for PD. And to be honest, long before you ever showed up,
Yeah, right.
we were talking about 6th and First for PD. The 9th Street site, although it might have worked for Public Works at 1.2 acres, it's not an adequate site. There'd be several $1 million worth of acquisitions there, which would be way too expensive for the amount of property. So that shouldn't be on the table at this point. And then the 14th Street site, well, it would be advantageous. We have a study that said it would be advantageous to have City Hall there, not a police station, because it's the office workers that are the assets that are going to help keep 14th Street moving in the direction we're going on right now. It's having the place, the central hub of police cars going in and out. That would be, my opinion, contrary to what we're trying to accomplish in that area. So, I know I've always been working on the, for this process got started in January. I gave everybody a long presentation of how we got here. This was other people's decisions to take us down this road, and we're here now. And I still think we're moving quickly in the right direction, but we haven't nailed anything down yet. So that's why when I heard the site selection, I'm kind of like, well, wait a minute, we already know where the right spot for PD would go. That's an excellent spot for PD. That's right next to my Chinese food pickup. I cut through there all the time. It's beautiful.
We still buy a lot of restaurants.
Takeout. It's takeout.
But
Anyway.
But I think one of the most important things to do is, obviously, I agree with what you're saying, but if we don't keep options open as time comes down the road, with 1, 2, and 3, it's not going to be, and again, the council's going to make that decision, by majority, and then we'll go from there. But I think you have to have opportunity. We don't want to have a site plan and all of a sudden now something changes for some reason and it won't fit.
Well, there's aspects of the design process that are independent of the site, as far as the programmatic configuration of the building, what's going to be included in it, how many parking spaces. Once you establish all of that, you can develop a site plan and say, how does it fit here? How does it fit there? Those types of things. So as Mr. Perry says, getting the process moving us along on those first.
What's the acreage of the 6th and First?
That we own right now?
Yeah.
Different, it's going to be different, hopefully.
I know, there's going to be an acquisition, but what do we own?
Sorry, I don't know off the top of my head, but I do know that with the addition of the old, Bradenton coal tar facility, you're basically talking in 2 entire city blocks is what we're getting.
So we've got Ms. Coachman, Ms. Coker, and then Mr. Sanders on the board.
I'm sorry, sir, what was your?
Well, wait, let me finish. She's first.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Understanding it is great to have options, and so I understand all of that. However, I agree with Councilman Roth. I was kind of under the impression that it was pretty much the best place we thought out of the 3. But then again, that's neither here nor there. But we have 2 properties in mind that the city currently owns. So it's not any need to purchase or anything. And I'm just going to paint this picture. If City Hall is placed on 14th Street, that's going to have a wonderful positive ripple effect. Okay? If the police headquarters is put on 1st and 6th in the area where I live, in the area where there's high crime, that's going to have a rippling effect. So I'm just giving my opinion.
Well, I don't think the concept of looking at alternative sites precludes the idea that 1st and 6th may be our first choice.
Right. I know, I just had to put my 2 cents in.
But we also saw when something was railroaded in here 22 years ago, it wasn't good for any elected officials. So my goal is to leave every opportunity open as we go down the path. And I don't disagree that some of these sites are good for what we're talking about. But right now, as we've seen, the public has not had as much information as we have had. And it's more important to get some of this stuff out there, get it started. So when we turn around, and if you came today, there's people that don't even want us to move.
Understood.
So are we going to build 2 sites, move, and then have this building and keep it? So there's opportunity to continue to have as much space looked at and gone forward. Because one thing might do this, but if you do another, it might do twice as much. And it's helping others. So, Ms. Coker?
Yeah, I kind of view this as just a great tool to have and just going to help us to make a more informed decision. So I'm glad that we're going forward with this. But I also, and I don't know if this is putting the cart before the horse or if this is going to put somebody on the spot, but I would like to know what law enforcement thinks about where they want to be. I think I don't have the expertise to cite a police station, and I'd love to know what they think, but we can push it to a later time if they prefer.
I'm confident that that's
Okay.
a good site. So.
And they will be intimately involved in that process.
That's all I want to hear.
I'd also point out on that fact that this PD was involved in the selection committee. I think they had
Absolutely.
2 to 3 representatives on the selection panel of 5.
Correct.
That had selected ACOM as a qualified architecture engineering
architect.
firm with qualifications and expertise in police sites, siting as well as programmatic building and the like.
So we're basically setting ourselves up to go forward, contingent on that we sell this building and property. So, and unfortunately, it does cost a little bit of money up front until that process, because that process is not going to go tomorrow. It's going to take some time. We're trying to work on dates and times. And so, I think some of these other processes are getting the cart before the horse a little bit, but this is not.
And I just point out within this, it estimates an architecture and engineering time, a period of 12 months, basically.
Right. Mr. Sanders?
Okay. I'm afraid we're putting too much money up front that we won't be, have the liberty to back off. I mean, we've got, I think, close to $1 million already in some of the site architectural work with the utilities, the Red Cross building. I mean, we approved a bunch of it 3 months ago, and I don't know what the total number was, but it was hundreds of thousands of dollars. So now we'd add two more million, and then we had, and we got. How much of this? What's the total of this architectural work that we're doing with the police station, the fire station, the public works, city hall, Red Cross? Did I leave something else? Are we putting so much out? Are we putting all of our gambling chips out at one time, and we're committed to spend the rest of what's in our pocket?
If I could address that question,
Yes.
I provided to council probably about 3 months ago an overview of how much diligence it was costing thus far for attorneys and other types of work. At that point, we were at, I believe, $90,000, so it's not in the millions. And I can get you that. I remember it fairly distinctly, what the breakdown was. Once we start going down this road, and I understand what you're saying. I mean, to a certain extent, you don't want to incur great deals of expense if it's a project that you're not going to do. That sounds like the military will design the B-16 bomber, will start designing it and have trillions of dollars into it and never build it. Right? And I get that. I absolutely get it. But let me just point out one kind of final point. I had always said with the CDP plan, as it relates to the necessary infrastructure for the city for tomorrow, being public safety, fire stations, we got one already built. Number 2 is funded. Municipal Development Center for Public Works, Police Department to provide policing services in an ever-changing city, and City Hall. That really what we needed to do was, and the city had never done it that I could find in the history, is simultaneous. You're selling one building and you're building 5 others, basically. But it is the future of 30, 40 years. I think that there's 2 components at a high level that are necessary for that I'd always said. The sophistication of the city staff, Public Works, the other components of city staff, the user agencies, the administration, the finance component, to be able to do that, the sophistication to work that way. Because usually what we were doing was building one-offs, parking garage, this, that, the other thing, the Riverwalk, and they were all good projects, don't get me wrong. But we're in an environment, and we had people in here today that we're approving a lot of private development. It's just the pace of the world, I guess, right now, and we have to keep up with that. To that extent, we have the sophistication of the city. Perhaps the more significant issue from policy perspective would be the political wherewithal. It's difficult because we heard people come in this morning. Some people want change, some people don't. Some people want growth, some people don't. Some people want homeless folks to get services in downtown, some people don't. I don't get elected. You all do, and recently. Those are tough decisions, and I'm not minimizing, and that's why I want to stay out of that fray. To say I can handle and help you with the sophistication of doing it, and you have the staff and expertise of Mr. McClellan and a whole host of other people, and we can organize that and do that effectively, and that's what this is about, getting it to you at this point. But come soon. It's going to be time to chop wood or head to the barn. And those decisions are going to have to be made, or not made, for that matter. Yep.
Did we not hire an architectural firm for the city hall? But that was
we have selected a firm. We have selected a firm, and we have just initiated the process of negotiating a contract. So there's no dollar value associated with it at this point that I could tell you.
That would have to come back?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I thought we approved.
You approved a selection of the firm for us to negotiate a contract with, which is Sweet Sparksman out of Sarasota.
What about the Public Works?
Public Works, we have not brought back the proposal to you folks. We have a proposal for,
I'm talking about architectural design.
We've only had concept, the first phase of the design, which has been about 70,000, I think, is the total that's been spent to come up with the concept for it.
And then the total
we're kind of
will
on
be,
hold until we find out from you folks whether you want to combine Public Works with City Hall and gain some.
Because that's that's what we're saying, that you can only do so much before you actually know where the site is, and the site is like, okay, this is what you got to have that building, but it might not fit there, and we have to find that out. So that is what you're doing in all those other multiple projects.
Correct.
Was there any discussion that we not spend this money on the Red Cross building and make it part of the police station, since it's going to be used as an evidence storage? Why would you have one on the other side of town versus with the police station, and not just save the money and put it all together so they have access to it?
Mr. Perry can answer that.
Yeah, if I could just take a stab at that. Initially, we had thought about providing some police function out at the Red Cross building, because we would have to then, in turn, provide less massing for that programmatic need at the police station. However, be perfectly honest with you, in the wake of Hurricane Ian, and being down at that facility in preparation, in recovery, in the days thereafter, it became readily apparent that that facility is very, very good, positive, and capable of providing coastal high hazard emergency operations support. What I mean by that is that it's down along the coastline, Sarasota Bay, Anna Maria Island, Manatee River, Palmasola, the Bradenton Beach and the like. When we were down there, we had planned on about 25 people being down there, from the city mostly. And we kind of have a collaborative join us who was supposed to be down at 66th Street at the utility center for the county. And what we were able to realize is that that facility can provide a great deal of emergency management, forward operating platform type control for those first in teams, the paramedics on the rescue, the fire department, the police. We had transit buses down there if we had to haul people out. Now, we didn't have to do anything, but boy, we had a heck of a trial run. Because that morning on the FEMA call at 8 a.m., they said, be prepared for the center of contact to be Coquina Beach, and you will see devastation like you've never seen. And if that happened, those teams would have been probably a pimple on an elephant's leg because of so much devastation. But they could have done
I heard that
something.
a little differently when they told me about the pimple.
Yeah. But that all being said, I think what we've done, and I have a meeting with Senator Boyd to try to get state money on Thursday, some participation of other entities. And so we took the architect, Zola Autry, and kind of reprogrammed and said, what could you do to analyze the stability of this building, because it is Cat 4, and then programmatically modify it for that type of purpose. And they came up with kind of a conceptual plan. And I'm going to take that to Senator Boyd and ask the other members of the congressional delegation to get us some state money to participate and assist in building something that can help the city of Bradenton stand on its own, assist the coastal communities in Bradenton Beach and the like. And I have letters from the Manatee County Fire Chiefs Association, I think Bradenton Beach and others.
That's good.
Right,
Now
and
you
so
just told-
I don't mean to like change things in the middle.
You
and
just
move
told
the-
me how it's paying for it, and it's not our
Goalpost.
taxpayers, it's somebody,
Yeah.
it's all our taxpayers, but at least it's a state,
Right.
it's, that's good. That's a good thing. I haven't heard, it's first I've heard it, so you sold me on that if that happens. But I think we should get more information on that before we start buying architects and that kind of stuff, That's just my personal opinion, so. The site, we're at the water proposed First and Sixth, is that, there's an aquifer there. Did this affect that anyway? You have your aquifer under there.
No, it won't. I mean, if the property itself, the property behind it, that was the coal tar plant, had been remediated through a brownfield program. It just has restrictions on it. So that property is already, quote unquote, an influence, if you would, on the aquifer if it was going to be one. Basically, where we're stored is in a confining layer underneath the surface aquifer. So the depth of contamination that was associated with that site is much shallower than what is associated with where we're storing water in the aquifer.
So the foundations would not interfere with the aquifer, to your knowledge?
No.
And you're sure of that? You've had engineering study on?
I have not had engineering study on it, but I can tell you from the standpoint of what's already out there as it relates to foundations of buildings, you're building a slab on grade, if you will, for a police station.
Well,
that's not going to impact.
You're right. Did we receive any federal money, any state money for that aquifer?
For the treatment system that's there, it was a $700,000 project when we did it. We got money from DEP, and we got money from, I think, 3, if not 4 water management districts throughout the state.
Okay. You know what my next question is that would anything we're doing there disrupt that, make us have to pay that back?
No.
Okay. That's good. What about this building with the grant we got from the federal government probably over with, expired now, for the, on the roof, the solar panels. I don't know how much we we received. Is that, so we were talking about tearing it down. Is that, you know, it's probably not reusable, probably doesn't get any use now, but it probably, you told me once you didn't even know if it was hooked up.
No, it is hooked up. It does provide some power to the system. The grant that we got for that, I want to say, was in the order of $350,000.
So was there any stipulations that it has to be in place for a number of years, or?
I honestly would have to review the grant agreement.
Mayor, Councilor Sanders, Ms. Fortin, I believe,
right,
researched that, right. And she's upstairs. I can get her down, but I'm very confident that she did find and was verified that there was no repayment obligation.
Okay, I'd asked that some time ago, and I never got the answer. So, but if you would, just have her send return that email.
Yep.
So I'm getting huffs and puffs from my left, so I better shut up.
All right, so we have a request by Public Works Utilities to approve it. Is there a motion on the floor?
Move to approve the Bradenton Police Department proposal for ACOM.
Second.
All right, I heard Mr. Roth and then Mrs. Coachman. We've had a lot of discussion. Anything else?
Well, just a little bit more. At this point, I remember when, because this keeps coming up, of what happened 20 years ago. Well, what happened 20 years ago was, out of the blue, the city decided that they were going to sell City Hall, move down to the waterfront, build themselves the Taj Mahal, as it was called, the Taj Mahal, and it was all bing, bang, boom, zing, 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 back door, good old boy. We've been doing this for a year. It's been the entire year of this year, 22. We're into Thanksgiving now. We've been talking about this. We've been out there. It couldn't be. We're not hiding this. We've got plans. We got sites. We've got stuff. We've got construction going on. We've got, this is not the same thing. And, the process got started, and I said at the very beginning, I'm going to support this. I'm going to put my credibility on the table to support this. This is not a bad plan. This has been talked about. I've walked the streets 5 times for election, because one was a runoff. And people have always said, get the hell off the water. You guys don't belong down there. That's going to happen. The sites that we're talking about putting these are not palaces to our own greatness, which was done the last time. This is business. This is economics. And there's very limited options. I mean, I've always thought 6th and 1st was going to be it from the beginning. So here we are. Maybe, okay. We've got another site on 14th that will fit for and then we only came up with the 9th Street site only came up with because there was an agenda package on the DS of the Public Works thing. I remember it was a $386,000 bid to do the engineering on that, and $80,000 being paid out. That's when I found out that that's where that was even happening. So that part that was exposed on that day. That we didn't vote on it, but it was on the DS waiting for us. So anyway, this is not anywhere near the same as what happened the year again. I just can't, insinuating that it is just not truthful. This has been out in the open, honest discussion, debate, disagreement,
Well,
a campaign took place.
Mr. Sanders?
Okay. I disagree with you, Mr. Roth, because I've researched it, and that process to build this building was about 2 years long. In fact, there was a lawsuit that went through. It actually went up to the Supreme Court. We've already discussed that, Wells versus the City of Bradenton on the building of this building. That was about a 2-year process, and all elected officials lost their jobs. So that was the real facts. You can read the stories, but I'm not going to debate it with you. You got your opinion, I got mine. But anyway, that's history. Now, I think we're putting too many chips on the table up front that we might, I think we're rushing it. It's my personal opinion, because we actually didn't start talked in the capital improvement plan, which was January 26th. I remember it very well. And that was when it really started, but it started picking up speed more in the next coming 3 months. So this has only been about a 6 months process. But I think it should be longer because Mr. McClellan, I talked to you yesterday about the park and the Riverwalk extension. I've been here 4 years, and that's not going to probably, you said, but I've heard that before. It's going to be completed by December. Well, I'd like to get a bottle of champagne and be out there with you to see if it's completed, but I have my doubts because to me, and don't take this, it's sarcastic, it is sarcastic. But if it takes 4 years to build a park and a Riverwalk, how come we can fast track this city hall purchase and build all these buildings in less than 4 years? I don't see it. It's, you know, I understand the Empire State Building was built in 1 year, and that was the largest building in the world at 102 stories. And but we're not, and that was 1932, I believe. It was no technology like we have today. So I do think we're fast tracking it. I think we're fast tracking it, and I have my suspicion that we're trying to put too much in it to where we're obligated. We've built the B whatever type bomber, and like, well, guys, we got $20 billion in it. We can't turn around. I think we may be doing that and haven't looked at other options. And plus, we haven't even decided if we're going to sell this. I don't think we're getting enough money for it, for what the taxpayers are going to have to put it back into it. So I believe you're talking about 50 million plus all this other stuff that's being built, maybe 60, 70 million. I don't know, because they don't have any solid numbers on it yet. So are we willing to take the difference between 15 and 60 million dollars or whatever and either tax the people or take it out of reserves? I'm still back there. I'm still back there with how am I going to pay for it? Who's going to pay for it? Before we start designing buildings that we may have a substantial investment in the design and architecture work. I'm not for that.
And obviously that'll be a policy decision that, depending on timing, who will make that? So we have a motion on the floor. We've had discussion to approve the contract with ACOM for design of new Bradenton Police Headquarters. Start the vote in Ward 3.
Yep.
4.
No.
5.
Yes.
1.
Yes.
2.
Yes.
Carries 4-1. All right, Mr. Perry. Thank you, Mr. McClellan.
Mayor, if we could just move down to item C, which is the collective bargaining agreement between the City of Bradenton, American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. And I will go to the podium and try to stay there.
And try to stay there. Put some nails in his shoes.
This is the final collective bargaining agreement of the 3 collective bargaining agreements that we had begun the year working on. They had come through expiration, and we had tackled on trying to get multi-year agreements. On this particular agreement, as you may remember, Council, we made some interim salary adjustments last year. I think it was about $2.74 an hour for the solid waste workers, $2 pretty much across the board for all skilled, unskilled, and first line, and even mid-level supervisors at Public Works. We had to do that because of the labor shortages, competition in the labor marketplace, and comparative analysis with some of the surrounding government agencies that are hiring those types of people as well. And we were seeing vacancy rates and having problems with both recruitment and retention. To that extent, we made those kind of interim fixes. We have currently Evergreen doing a classification and compensation study to see how we do compare through an analytical exercise with surrounding communities and as it relates to the more general labor market. We're glad to advise Council that we were able to get with AFSCME leadership from the blue collar AFSCME union, predominantly within the ranks of Public Works, and we were able to get a 3-year deal with them. The crux of that deal basically is that they were appreciative of what we did do in the interim. We agreed to a 3% salary increase across the board for their membership, because their membership did get those raises previously. And then we're going to, once we get our classification compensation study, go and take a look at that next year, because we provided openers, what are called economic openers. And so even though we have a 3-year deal, which is good, we will revisit that with AFSCME after we get our classification and compensation study. And we looked at some of that unskilled, semi-skilled, and skilled labor. A large majority of the positions that were selected for analysis in that Evergreen study do involve those types of positions. So I thought it was probably the best approach as it relates to, we are in pretty rough inflationary times. We want to support our workers as they are challenged at the supermarket, gas pumps and the like with inflation. We didn't want to be in a stalemate, and we wanted to get them those raises that you all approved across the board on an annualized basis, but we also want to have the flexibility to revisit them, ask that the classification and comp study that's coming in this year, in next year's budget, and probably the year thereafter as well. And so that's what's before them. As far as any particular nuances of non-economic conditions, they're fairly minimal. We could have done a shade meeting and gone upstairs and talked about that, but I think we've talked about it so much here on the dais.
Not actually a shade meeting, it's a collective bargaining agreement.
A collective.
We've got to make sure that we clarify that in our minutes, that it's collective bargaining.
Collective bargaining that can be done, I think, in
Right, yeah, but
the shade.
It's
Right,
different than a shade meeting.
It is, okay.
Yeah, it's different.
And then executive session is different than that.
Right. Yes.
I always thought that the shade was like, it's still sun out there, but you get to kind of, not with the restrictions of with minutes and
Stay
the
at
like.
the podium and keep going.
Stay on
Right,
task.
okay. I'll talk with Mr. Rudisell about that.
We just don't want, there's been some conversation.
Shade if you'd like, but that.
I'll respectfully take a pass on that, but that's where we're at. Yeah. That's where we're at. All right.
Moving forward.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's where we're at, and we'd ask for approval of the contract basically through 2022
Chair will
to
entertain a
2025.
motion.
Mr. Mayor. Oh,
Ms. Barnaby.
well, no, I mean,
All right,
he's
Mr.
made the
Sanders,
motion.
approve it. So let me see here, Sanders, seconded by Barnaby. Mrs.?
Yeah.
All right. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll start the vote in Ward 4.
Yes.
5.
Yes.
1.
Yes.
2.
Yes.
Approved 4-0, Mr. Roth out of the room.
And the next and final matter is going to be the vacation payout, and if Ms. Taylor could come out and give a brief description of that. Thank you.
Mr. Perry. Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, City Council. Thank you, Mr. Perry. Before you today, we are requesting, because there are a number of employees, thank you. There are a number of employees that, because of their positions, were unable to use vacation time throughout the year. So this affects roughly around 97 employees, whether they're at a maximum of 240 hours, 280 hours, or 300 hours. So if they've got a maximum, if they go over the maximum, let's say by 10 hours, we are requesting 50% buyback or payout of their unused time. The cost of that would approximately be $82,493.27. Last year, approximately, yes. Because if employees use their time between last week, this week, or whenever the payout is, it could be less.
Okay. Are those all hourly employees? This is not salaried employees?
It's all employees because
Oh,
it's.
so you broke down salaries by hour, so how many is like salaried, that's broken down by hour, like in this building, for example, or Matt?
That'd be a little bit difficult to provide you any sort of accurate number on that right now. But what I will say is that accruals are limited to, I think it's 242.
240, 280, and 300.
And 300. So, and if I could just see that, and so perhaps better to your question, senior management can accrue up to 300 hours. And so anything over 300 hours that they have accrued, we would buy back at a 2-for-1 rate. We would buy, if they wanted to sell 10 hours back, they were 10 hours over, we would pay them for 5, basically.
So you can't determine how much of this is salaried management employees getting paid back?
We didn't do a matrix. What we have here on the breakdown is, again, 240 for general service employees. That's what our personnel policy is. 280 for division heads. So that's going to be managers, basically, that manage a division. And then senior management, 300.
So a department head
I'd be throwing a dart to try to hone that down.
A department head might get 3 or 4 weeks, would get 50% of the time paid back, and then they accumulate another 3 or 4 weeks the next year. Wouldn't that be a little hard to swallow a little bit, that you're getting a big payout right at Christmas time versus somebody that's not getting that kind of benefits?
Well, I think
It's hard for employees to take vacation all the time, and so to benefit you
Particularly
by.
when we've had 2 hurricanes.
Right, and that, so if a senior person said, I had 3 weeks, and I said, okay, I'm taking the next
Right.
3 weeks off, city wouldn't operate.
Right.
It would be difficult. So a benefit is saying, hey, if we want you to take your vacation, but if you don't, we're gonna pay you at half of it.
Right.
And that's fair, I think.
And also, there's 2 components. Senior level employees accrue time at a higher rate, as well as I think there's a longevity component where you accrue time.
4.62 hours
Right, so-
versus 3.7.
A 4.62 versus 3.7, that type of thing. So you're rewarded both at the city for, as you promote into different levels of management, you stay with the city longer, you can accrue more time. The faster you accrue more time, the more likely it is, to a certain extent, depending on your ability to take the time, as we just pointed out, that you would have an excess balance. And that's what this is to buy excess vacation above and beyond.
Mr. Perry, I was in the executive world for 40 years, and I had more time than I could actually take. I never did get paid for it. I generally lost it. They would add it to the next year, but gee, pretty soon I had, I'd have to take off a year in order to get, and they didn't want that. So I never got a payout of anything because it's use it or lose it.
Yeah.
Not only with management, because management, in my experience, they can go get a haircut whenever they want, don't have to take time off. They can go to the doctor's appointment whenever they want, don't have to take time off. They can go play around and golf whenever they want, because I did it. And I didn't have to take time off for that. So, but the normal hourly employee can't do that. And so to reward management for their luxury benefit of already being able to have that is what I'm referring to here. So, and by the way, that council doesn't get that privilege either, do we? We're not employees.
I don't think you all.
Well, we don't, we want to be employees when it benefits us, but we don't want to be employees when it might.
We're not
be
employees, so-
Under the policy of
I
what.
just wondered if I was going to get a payout here.
Here's the other problem. Here's the other problem, and you'll appreciate this with the deep finance and accounting background, is that police in Albuquerque could accrue up to 2,000 hours, and so literally a year, 28 hours.
Police in the room.
Right? Yep. And what the problem is that you have to report that as a continuous liability on your financial statements.
Absolutely.
And so you have this working capital deficiencies. We try to keep those, and really the purpose of having those levels where you can't have more than a certain amount is so that you're not carrying a bunch of OPED,
Well, I understand, but now
post-employment
you're talking
liability
about union contracts
benefits.
versus just management contracts. And the union contracts, you're obligated to keep those. That's a totally different thing. I'm not talking about union, and we're not talking about police here, because we're talking about management inside the building of yourself and others that, like I said, I just explained that. I'm just, there's no need to dwell on it, but it's apples and oranges.
Mr. Mayor.
The average hours in a week by an hourly employee is probably 40 hours a week. If they work under 40 hours, they got to take vacation time. If they work over 40 hours, they get paid for over those 40 hours.
By federal law.
By federal law. Management,
Their labor
you're on a salary, you don't get that. So if you're working 80 hours a week. So if you take
get
off
paid
it
for 40.
and you get paid for 40. So if you take off 2 hours to get a haircut, you're still working 80 hours a week. And that's something that if you've been in the management world and if you've owned your own business and if you've done both and you've seen it and you're here every day watching, every one of our employees, management-wise or hourly-wise, are working their tail off, overtime and all that. And, you know, if we can do something to incentivize them to maybe not take a vacation, but again, I want them to take their vacations, but sometimes they just can't do it because of timing. And then if they know, and we've done this every year.
Every year. Last year, we paid
Yeah, we've done it every year I've been here.
53.7.
So, Ms. Barnaby, do you have a motion?
Yes, I do. I'd like, can we get a motion on the floor to continue discussion, please? This council has a very bad habit of just running with whatever without having a motion on the floor.
You have a motion, Ms. Barnaby.
I make a motion that we accept the report in front of us, not, the vacation payout not to exceed $83,000.
That's a little bit of a problem because we don't know how many people. I'm giving you an estimate on how much it would cost, and NILSA and HR did that. I can't imagine it would fluctuate a whole lot more because they're fairly accurate.
$85,000? What, you?
What we're going to end up having to do is do an election and tell 600 employees, 556 to be exact, how much are you going to sell back? What's your balance? How much are you going to sell back? And then we're going to do a calculation. After that, we're going to go, nope, it exceeds it. You can only sell back. So I'll have to come back.
Why don't we do that first?
We did. We gave you an estimate. We can't tell you how many people are going to want to sell it back.
You know, once you agree to it, it's a done deal. You have to.
I make a motion.
I trust our staff to not go above it, so, I mean, if the motion is to approve it with the administration managing it and.
How about if I come back and report it to you? Is that okay? And if it comes back at 120,000, I'm gonna go, what happened?
I make a motion to approve the request in front of us.
We have a motion.
Got a motion and a
There we
second.
go.
Subject to the stipulation, you'll bring it back, and by then.
No,
you should
no,
have-
I didn't put any stipulation in there.
I will report the cost of it, if that's
Right.
okay.
And then you'll have the
All right.
numbers per employee.
Just-
All right.
Yes, sir.
Per man.
So we have a motion and a second. Discussion.
I had my
Ms.
card up a
Coker.
while ago.
Yes.
The only thing is I'm in favor, I'm gonna support this, but I do wanna keep in mind, I think it'd be good to have incentive for people to take their vacation. I get it if they can't, but I think people that are well rested, you know, have their time away from work are gonna be more productive. So I don't wanna see any incentivizing of not using your vacation time. That's the only thing I would
can
say.
appreciate that, but when we get the calls from solid waste that say they're not going down to Village Green because we forced them to take vacation and we could only run 2 trucks that week or that day, that's a little bit of a, I mean.
Totally agree.
I don't disagree with what you're saying, but we are in a labor market that has shortages, and the shortages create service delivery problems, and so we try to reconcile that a little.
So you have everybody's opinion. We're going to start the vote in Ward 5.
Yes.
1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
3.
Yes.
4. Carries 5-0. Thank you.
Poetically, and I can't even get it.
Thank you, and I will try to be mindful of that, Councilor Coker. I understand, and there may be some places that it's easier to do that than others.
I just wanted to express my opinion,
Yes,
and I 100 believe that you guys will make the best decision. I just wanted to throw that out there instead of encouraging people not to take it, but no, I mean, we want to, y'all do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry if we didn't allow
Cut
you to
me
get
off.
your opinion. All right, moving forward, unfinished business.
Under unfinished business, I believe Dr. St. Luce is going to talk about the scooter program update. Yes.
I saw a scooter.
They're not here.
I warmed them up for you.
There's none in town unless they're.
Remember to tip your servers.
I saw one driving down Main Street, but it wasn't a bird. It was. First question, Dr. St. Luce, is there any scooters on the ground right now from the company unless they're a rogue scooter that somehow.
Someone
None.
stole.
There are absolutely no scooters
I will
underground by
take a
Bird.
picture of her next time I see her. I've seen her 2 evenings.
She stole a Bird
And
scooter, somebody.
when I see her, she's walking it, but the red light is blinking in the back. Next time, I am going to pull over and I'm going to take her picture.
Okay.
Because it is a bird.
I've monitored
Wow.
the program. I have not seen
I'm
it.
just saying.
Just let BPD know when you're doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't do that.
Oh, thank you. Dr. Christophe St. Luce, City Administration Office, just with an update on the Bird. As you know, scooters were taken off the street just prior to Hurricane Ian. We've had many discussions with Bird prior to working on a relaunch regarding their operation, parking. I think we've come back with what should be a good plan, is my hope. We have many discussions and been able to work with them to create forced parking for all scooters within the operating zones. What you see on screen is a collaboration that between myself and our Bird reps. The blue marks, the blue P marks, are locations that I gave them, 20 marks, which are what are called the distribution corrals. So the fleet managers will place scooters in those areas, and people can use them and return them to either the blue or the orange ones. The orange ones are smaller. Think of them as like use corrals, so the fleet managers won't necessarily put scooters there. They're going to put them in the larger ones, or the blue Ps. So this is a map of 35 parking corrals. They had many discussions with their operations and were able to say they think they can get this to work, with the hope that they can add more corrals in the future. I've spoken with other operators as well, and they really don't do forced parking entirely with other operators too, particularly in their downtown and open parking in other areas. Probably about 2 weeks ago, I chatted with the Downtown Redevelopment Committee, just talked about the scooter program as well. The business owners said they would really like to have corrals in front of their businesses. They would pay for striping or pay for painting of them, reimburse the Public Works Department if that were the case, or have artists in the village come and paint the corrals as well. The bishop was really happy. They wanted to have something, so I did make sure I placed one on this map. So I think we're at the point now that Bird would really love to know if we're going to operate again. Their operators, the fleet managers, don't get paid if the scooters aren't running. So they haven't been getting paid for all these weeks now. And that is kind of where I am with the update.
So we've had a lot of discussion, you and I, as well as the Bird, and they're very, I want to say anxious to get back because of the agreement in that, and we have pushed them pretty hard on what their usage was so far. And that's how you came up with the forced areas, the blue areas. One of the things that I think is very important that we stress to them, and I don't know if Mr. Rudisell needs to get into this a little bit more, is to say that if it is not working and their geofence is not working, that it's not good, because that's very important. You and I spent 2 hours riding with the representative from Bird, and they were 0 for 5
That's correct.
of what they said should work. So, I mean, and I've been very much of a proponent of this the whole time, but they were 0 for 5. And I've been blamed on social media for being stuff over the last couple of months about just letting them do what they want. Have you seen that? Is it all true? And I can show you, messages that were just, they're not happy with us right now, but they also know that we're not happy with them.
Correct.
So I want to get to a point where they understand if it doesn't work, then it's a mutually bless and release. So I don't know how we do that, Mr. Rudisell, from the standpoint of, because and again, I have more people that want them than don't want them that talk to me so far. So.
I mean, we have the ability to terminate if they're not in compliance. However, there is a process that we have to go through involving hearings before the city council. They have the right to, appeal that determination, so.
I think
mean,
they're pretty aware of how we want it to be now, and it can't be somebody else's fault. It's got to be, right away. So, but again, the blue parking is going to be marked how?
We can, so if.
No. Who, I thought they were going to take care of the markings or because again, if it goes what we were and there's nobody, they don't know where to park it.
Correct. They have said that they can work with the city to have the locations painted, striped. Some other operators do like the plastic bollards. They're just screwed into the ground, but we have either operation, they will work with us to whichever one we decide.
Okay. Ms. Barnaby?
I agree with everything that our mayor just said. I was most unhappy when it came to the geofencing not working, but then also being told that, oh, they just didn't abide by our wishes. They kind of expanded the area a little. No. I will never vote for them again if that is not fixed. This is not a happy face.
Yes, ma'am.
The other problem I see is the problems that have been occurring at Manatee Memorial with, forgive me, stupid people doing stupid people tricks.
That was fixed, though.
Well, of course, you kind of, if you look at this
No,
Manatee.
this is not the geo-fenced out. This is just
Okay.
boundaries. No, I tried that 3 times and that worked.
Okay.
Couldn't get to there.
So he was one of those stupid people.
Can't really see very well. All those areas marked in black, those are all blocked out areas. There's the hospital, the entire hospital area is all blocked out.
Is the skateboard park locked out?
No.
It is a no parking. That's what the red is, no parking.
Do they think that's a good place for one of those scooters to be in those bowls and stuff?
No parking.
Ride your own scooters in it.
And it is unique having
Not
the.
motor, well,
You can ride your own in it.
okay.
It is unique having it, and also part of the re-entry would be 10-mile-per-hour cap.
Yes.
As well.
Very
throughout.
important.
Well, it is very important to this council woman that geofence works, and that I don't get told again, well, we kind of fudged on that a little.
And
I do not believe in rewarding bad behavior, and that, to me, was disrespectful to this council, disrespectful to the citizens, and I will not vote for them again if it's not fixed.
this mayor and Dr. St. Louis and Bruno walked from 25th Street to 13th Street because the geofence didn't work. And I'm glad I stopped at 25th Street and didn't keep going, because I think it would have kept going.
Okay.
Ms. Coker?
Yeah, thank you. Along with these corrals, I would like to see some signage with maps that identify, because it's very difficult when you're there on your phone to figure that out, and I gave up. I've still got $50. Hopefully that's still on there.
Yes. I did talk to them about having signs, also walking area signs, as we said, at the end of the marina as well.
Technically, walking on the boardwalk underneath the green bridge is a walking area, which
Okay,
is good.
That's probably a good idea.
Yeah. But it worked one way, but it didn't work the other way. So. And there's gonna be some things we need to give them an opportunity to work through, but. I know, but I
Right.
think there's gonna be some, if there's an issue, we've gotta give them opportunity to fix it right away. Not some of the stuff we've already talked about, but
Correct.
other things. But Mr. Perry, you had your card up?
Just, I appreciate the concerns that council's raising. I was less than impressed with their rollout of this program. We were told that along the Riverwalk, there would be restricted speeds. I experienced it personally, that there weren't restricted speeds. I thought some people were crazy when they said that, no, it made it all the way over the Green Bridge into Palmetto or out to 75th. I don't know, it can't be. Lo and behold, we find out that they did. Oh, they can continue, but when you try to shut them off and restart them, they won't. So you're
walking.
Yeah, and I think, right. Now, a little bit on them, a little bit on us, to the extent of, I kind of believe in management about make sure that you inspect to ensure that what you expect is being done. And we kept Bird for weeks. Told him, I'd say, what happened? I didn't have a happy face. And I said, you get on the phone with them and you figure out what's going on and blah, blah, blah. And they told us things that just weren't true, simply weren't true.
Again, not rewarding bad behavior.
Right.
Again.
And so as we move forward, I think we have to continue to inspect to ensure that what we expect is done. Well, we can do these corrals. And you know what? I want to know who's going to do them, when they're going to do them, how they're going to do them, and the like.
I want to see them.
Right. And the lawyer in me says, Mr. Rudisell, can you send them a letter, basically, not this loosey-goosey Bruno guy said this, but a letter saying we have experienced significant deficiencies in your contractual obligations. We will give you an opportunity to cure. However, we expect these problems to be remediated, and if not, we will be proceeding with legal rights related thereto. So that they understand. This is it. And I think there is a lot of people that want them. I want them, but I want them to be successful. When I run down the Riverwalk and I look at that flat work that you all made investments in, and I see the skid marks, you know, you've got three types. And I understand some of it might not be related to it. I'm not so sure I believe that because they look like they're rubberized black wheels. Maybe they were some other people, but it seemed like since I run on that Riverwalk about 4 times a week, that they weren't there before and they were there afterwards once Bird scooters came out. But it might be Bird scooters that were causing those. There'll be some.
I totally agree with you on that, Mr. Perry, but I live on the Riverwalk.
I know you do.
And it's worse now, and they haven't been here for a couple of months. So what was there faded, and then all of a sudden,
now again,
we had a weekend.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I don't know if it's just it happens when kids are on bikes and that.
Yep.
So I was the first one, and they will pressure wash the whole Riverwalk for us. They've said that to clean it up. But I'm not going to also blame somebody if it's not totally on them.
Yep.
So, because I agree with you. You know, I mean, I was the first one to say, look at that. But you look at the day dock and the fishing pier when they're open now, because we have all those boats that are. Today's the 45th day,
Yeah.
so we need to figure that out. That these derelict boats need to go. But
Lieutenant Waller's
they
in the
had
back.
45
I think he's
days,
listening.
so we're working on that. But I think it's the council has been heard, or council has spoke. Let's get it fixed, and Scott, do what you need to do, because we don't want to be in a legal battle with them. But they've already acknowledged that it wasn't working, and we showed them how it wasn't working, and for 2 hours.
Yeah,
Right.
that was fun. It was a
All
fun
right,
day.
so we got the point. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I think that makes sense to, even though we're not required to give them an opportunity to cure before we revoke their permit, I think it makes sense to do that and send them that letter, and so we create the paper trail that we're, yeah. So just give me the list of the deficiencies and.
Take a picture of Mary Ann's face, 'cause it's not a happy face.
Is that a deficiency?
No, that's not what she said.
That's what I heard. Yeah, Mr. Sanders.
She said it's not a happy face.
Can we limit, if we decide to do this, can we limit it to like a 2-week, 4-week, 30-day trial? In other words, you're on probation.
Well, there's a contractual time,
Now-
30 days.
Okay, well, then I wouldn't be for it because, you know, you lied to me once or twice. It don't matter how many times you did because that was that important. So they just go out and do it again, then what do you do?
Well, maybe if that's a stipulation and stipulated in the letter. If I was to tell them, they'll say, well, we can't do that. They might pull up stakes.
No,
And
no,
maybe
I'm
that's
talking
not a bad
about
thing. I'm
that
just
we
saying.
vote on this with a stipulation. You've got 30 days, and if it continues this way, your contract's null and void.
We can revoke it at any point based on non-compliance, but like I said, there's a process we have to go
But we
through
didn't
to
do
do that. What's that?
They already know we didn't do that.
We haven't done it yet.
Right. Because we knew of all these things, and then we just let it go on and on till it festered. And fortunately, we had a hurricane.
We didn't let it go on. We kept telling them, and they said they were doing stuff.
Well, the best way to
That's what-
treat it is cut it off, and we didn't do that. That's what my,
Well, we were at
why
that
I was
point.
beating my chest because we were having accidents, I was told. And then I found out that we did have an accident. And I couldn't even get a report on that. Why isn't that being reported back to council? We had an accident. It was a police report. And I made a public records request and wasn't able to get it. Finally, I got it. But I should have known about that the next day. That should have been in the daily reports I get from the police department. There was a scooter involved in an accident over here. What's so hard about putting that in there? And it makes me, kind of worry that, well, wait a minute. You're not doing it because maybe it might kill the program. Well, maybe the program needs to be killed if somebody gets, hurt on a scooter.
Well,
And we're the provider.
Okay.
We're not the
I'm not ready to kill the program. I'd like to see us work it through.
We
So,
have the clause that
exactly, I agree with the letter. They know we're serious. Mary Ann's not happy. No, I'm joking, but I don't want us to kill it yet. I would like to see this try to go forward, but I think we're all on the same page.
Thank you, Dr. St. Louis.
Just for clarification, so these blue dots you had out there, those were, you rode around with them and they determined that was the places that these scooters are gonna be parked?
I created the blue dots based on the heat maps of where the most active.
And they have looked at this?
Yes, and then
And they've said, okay, but they want us to pay for the striping?
no,
No? They're gonna pay for it?
yes.
We're gonna do it through Public Works, but we just bill them back?
That was the business owners that said they would reimburse if we want to add additional parking corrals and have striping. Business owners said, hey, we would reimburse.
Oh, business owners?
Correct.
But the scooter, Bird is gonna pay for these corral markings?
Yes, Bird will, yes.
And
Yes,
are
we're gonna
these
work with
on the street or on the sidewalk?
that. No, the corrals are located off of the sidewalks. They're
Off the
not
sidewalk.
in the roadways, off of the sidewalks.
So with these scooters, the next question, there was like 5 things I had a problem with, and that's one of them was no corrals, which we agreed, this council agreed that we would have corrals. So they didn't have no corrals, so we let that go. Then we had speed. The speed is going to be now 10 miles an hour everywhere?
10 miles per hour everywhere,
Everywhere.
everywhere.
What about sidewalks? There were certain areas that the public did not want them on the sidewalk, like downtown, et cetera, et cetera. Is that limited, and does the machine shut off?
There is no
Main
exact
Street is shut
technology.
off, right?
Main Street
that can
shut off,
stop
nobody
a-
else?
And
Right,
some of the
Main
business
Street,
owners
but not
on
the
Main
side-
Street don't like that.
I'm sorry?
I said some of the Main Street businesses want it.
Correct.
But some of them don't, so we've left Main Street as a blacked out area.
Correct.
But you can walk it down Main Street.
That's the
Mr.
only
Mayor,
area?
we have a 2 o'clock CRA meeting.
Well, I'm sorry that we had this much under.
Mr. Mayor, can I just make one comment that I just want there to be a clarification? By statute, nobody but the impacted parties can get an accident report. Doesn't matter if you're the mayor, city council, the president. It's a 60-day window. So we were following the law
For the one accident.
for the one accident. That was it. We put it on the Watch Community Report. We gave it to you immediately following the 60 days. It's pretty simple.
Well, that could have been answered in an email, but that I didn't
Right, well,
understand
let's-
that. And I don't know, does that pertain to scooters and golf carts and everything, or is that motorized vehicles? So we have golf cart accident, that we can't get the accident report for 60 days? Oh, you're talking about there was a motor vehicle with the scooter? Is that what you mean? I don't know what you mean. I didn't know that.
It's
I
a
mean, it's
motorized
been that
vehicle.
simple as that. Tell me that. So the other thing was signage. There were signage, where to go, not to go, and I understood that was gonna be done prior to the release of it. Where are we at on signage?
Signage will be part of the corrals. The corrals were not done initially because they didn't know where the scooters were actually going to be actively used.
So we're gonna turn the scooters back on without how long is it gonna take to get these corrals striped and so forth? How long is it gonna take to get these signs up? How long, will we have those in place
We will
Before we
have those-
release them?
We will have those.
So,
yes.
do we have got some projection if that takes a week, 2 weeks?
I cannot hazard a guess. This is new for me as well.
New,
But that's up to them. If they want to get it done in 2 weeks and then put them out, if they want to take 6 weeks,
okay,
then it'll
that's
take
great.
6 weeks. But, and one of the things though, and again, I have not defended them, but there was parking corrals, they just weren't marked. And if they didn't take them to, I rode it, the one day my wife and I rode it for over an hour, and I turned mine off, and it went off because I was where it was supposed to be. Turned hers off, and I was 2 feet out of it, and it wouldn't turn off. So I had to, I'm walking, and my phone's still buzzing. I had to move it into a location. They just weren't marked on the ground, and there was too many of them. They put them everywhere. But,
Correct.
So I think we got the point, and we can decide this over the next 6 weeks to 8 weeks, and it'll be fine. So,
Okay.
all right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, council reports, number 4, starting at 4.
I don't have anything other than, are we going to start recycling again? It was an issue in the campaign that everybody agreed that we should start it immediately, and it wasn't on today's agenda, so are we going to start it again?
I don't think we ever stopped it. We may be
No, I mean,
talking
the way
about
it was.
curbside
We
opposed to.
started curbside.
I don't think there's any plan at this time to restart curbside. We'll probably, if there's an impetus to review that, I think we can have solid waste look at that. But remember the issues regarding availability of manpower to do other solid waste collections. And if we go in that direction, it's kind of like, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. And so then we have to do more routes. And if we have to do more routes, we have trouble doing regular collection and the like. And so I think it's going to be a long conversation that we'll have to bring sanitation in and have that policy discussion amongst.
Well, also, there's opportunity for third-party
And third-party
recycling,
considerations.
and I think that would
Absolutely,
be-
yeah.
And that's where the county is
Yep.
still in negotiations.
Yep.
So once that comes up, I think that's something that we'll be able to bring to the council at that time, and, let them decide if we want to go to a third party, which would cost the citizens some money, but that may be an opportunity to bring it up when that,
To provide the service.
to provide the service, because we know, and we are recycling still more clean recycling than we were recycling curbside. So at least our citizens have stepped up, the ones that can, and there's other things that we're working through that in condo buildings and things like that want, Riverdance is gonna get a blue dumpster, and it will be picked up because, but the supply chain has killed that, so, but those things it's a goal of this whole city to continue to recycle more and more. And I hope when it comes back, the way I hope it comes back, that we're recycling 10 times as much as we were before.
All right.
Of
thank
clean
you.
recycling.
The other question I have is, I'd like to see a list of locations where we're going to have public input on the sale of City Hall going forward. I've seen that, we had one allegedly in the chamber meeting down in Fort Myer. I don't think that's a publicly, that was said that was a public, that's not a public meeting in my personal opinion. We had another one at the Village, which was, got a whole different opinion on that, which is still not counted. And then there was a third that was tried at the Kiwanis, and I thought it was too controversial before election and complained and got that moved to a later date. So other than that, have there been any? And what I want to know is when we're going to have them, where we're going to have not just put it on our website. I want it advertised just like it's advertised about my personal whatever it was. That got a lot of attention. So I'd like to have a lot of attention on the sale of City Hall. Maybe the Bradenton Herald will put, if they spend half as much time doing that as they did beating me up, you get a lot of attention. So I know you laugh, but it's not funny.
No.
It's not really funny at all.
Truthful.
It's really not.
No, it's not truthful.
It's very truthful.
Was it?
Oh, yeah, just read it. It's there, but we're gonna move on.
come on.
Are you with you?
We gonna
Well,
vote on
Mr. Sanders,
anything
you just threw it out there.
I'll see you guys later.
You did throw it out there that there's things that aren't, and it's about truth here and going, so.
See
Thank you,
ya.
Patrick.
All right, I got it. I guess we're not gonna have those public meetings, huh? I just wanted to answer. Yes or no?
Oh, we're having public meetings, yes, we are.
When's the next one?
Yes, yes. We're working on that schedule.
Tonight, yeah.
Yeah.
That's not,
There's one tomorrow at GT Bray.
Yeah.
There's one Friday night.
No, no. What's the, oh, yeah, tomorrow,
Yeah,
GT
tomorrow's
Break.
Thursday.
Friday
On
at
Friday,
Ironwood, Pine Brook.
Ironwood, we've been at 2 or 3 farmers markets,
yeah.
myself personally, to a couple of them, set up a booth, have brochures.
We had it over,
We had it
At the
at
Ward
Ward
Temple.
Temple, which was well attended and a great group of folks. And so we're gonna continue to do that through November and December. And we're gonna try to get as much as we can, the word out to the public on it.
well, there needs to be a little better advertising about it, because big people are asking me, I said, I don't have a clue, I don't know if the list, maybe it's out on the website, is it on the website? It's somewhere, Facebook, something, but there need to be also, people invited that may have an opposing opinion versus just the sell, but what I attended was at the CCRA meeting, which just was your presentation and no, opposition was allowed.
Well, I don't go drumming up opposition or support. I give the presentation. Just like when you had it canceled over at Kiwanis, which I took exception with. That presentation had nothing to do with politics. That was informative. So I'll keep that distinction to itself. I give what the information I have is.
We're not
And
gonna
if,
have
and if
public
people
meetings.
speak up and they oppose it, they're free to do that. If they speak up and they support it, just like a public comment, they're free to do that.
75% of the people stepped up
I
and
like this
spoke
one and I don't like that
in the
one.
election.
There were comment cards
Thank you.
that they could have filled out. if they
So,
didn't.
Ms. Coachman, council reports?
We're looking at the time. I'm going to save most of these comments for next meeting. But I just want to say that, it was great having the citizen comments today because it was so many and it was just giving us their opinion about different things. I'll save it. Happy Thanksgiving if I do not see any of you again before that time.
Okay, I don't really have a report, only just to respond that my understanding is that we are going to have some public meetings. I've been promising people in my ward that we were, and I would let them know, so I would like to know when they are. I did secure a place where we could have something, but, that's all.
I would just like to say that I apologize. I hurt my back Monday, and I've been in pain most of this meeting, and if I was short with anyone, I apologize. And I hope everyone has a very blessed and wonderful Thanksgiving.
I just have, obviously, we just had another tropical storm come through, and I just want to thank our staff and all of our public works, everything that we were prepared a little bit more than because of Ian now, and Nicole came through, but we're good there. There was one thing that Councilwoman Coachman and I were at over at East Bradenton, and I just want to mention her that, and Commissioner Bellamy did a great job at organizing that. And obviously, that's a county, in the city, but it's a county park. The county really got together, did a lot of things with the community and the East Manatee Broncos. Is it the East Manatee, East Broncos. It's the Broncos there. New Manatee Broncos to help them be able to practice later in when it gets dark now at night. And so just what a great job that park has really kind of re-energized. And, the only first-round NBA draft pick grew up playing there, and Clifford Rozier, God rest his soul now, but in that. And I'm just going to throw it out there. I know we have some ordinances on December 14th, but we have an opportunity, if we want to cancel the December 14th meeting, moving in January, and
Well,
that's.
since I was unable to make my board meeting today.
So
it will
by majority,
conflict if
we
do
can
it.
cancel the December
I
14th
would make a
meeting.
motion to cancel that meeting.
January meeting extra long.
It's okay. So we have a motion and a second to cancel the December 14th meeting. We're going to start the vote in Ward 1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
3,
No, she's not 3, she's
5. You're the third person in the room. You're the third person in the room. 5. Sorry. Yes, so the December 14th meeting, the ordinances will be on the January meeting and
And our next meeting
at
would
our
be.
next meeting in January. And the
We'll have a
agenda,
special meeting.
well, the special meeting, we'll let you know right away as quick as we can.
Well,
so.
in that case, also, Merry Christmas,
Yeah.
Happy Kwanzaa.
Thanksgiving, Merry Christmas.
Happy New Year.
And department heads, do you have anything?
No, sir.
Thank you very much. Happy holidays, everybody. We're adjourned.